hope they send. Let's start with you, Brandon.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, we talked about some of those headliners earlier, the Michael Saylors, the Kathy Woods, the Russell Brands. You know, we're going to have a interesting confluence of maybe TradFi, some Bitcoin heroes, and then also culturally relevant people who have large audiences. And really the goal is for all of them to not only be able to articulate where they stand on Bitcoin, how they're looking at it here in 2024 as it, you know, we're in the election year, like you said, but also helping them learn more about it themselves, you know, especially a Russell Brand who hasn't spoken very much on it. You know, there's always this other side of bringing someone like that to the conference. He's going to learn more about it. He's going to be able to articulate that to his audience after he's has these conversations on site. And, you know, we're kind of promoting Bitcoin adoption as a vehicle in and of ourselves, which is awesome.
Frank, your quick thoughts. Who are you looking forward to most today, and what message do you hope they send?
Yeah, I have to say that I'm really looking forward to seeing RFK, Robert F. Kennedy. I really loved what he had to say last year. What I really liked about it is that we know with politicians, sometimes they're just going to sort of appeal to their base, say, oh, I know you guys like Bitcoin, sort of whatever, though, right? We're not necessarily going to do our homework, our due diligence to understand what this technology is. When RFK speaks, he speaks about it with a genuine knowledge, whether that's he's done his own homework himself, his own deep dive, or whether his staff is sort of educating him about it. It seems that he has a very genuine sort of desire to understand what it is better and to understand why people are so passionate about it. We had Caitlin Long at the live desk yesterday, and she said something along the lines of like, you know, he's really one of us. He really gets it, and he really sees Bitcoin the way that a lot of people at this conference, the 20,000 people that'll be here in attendance, see Bitcoin as something that's really important to sort of preserving freedom, American values, and just, yeah, something that's super important to them.
Really quick before the break, Brandon, is there still time to get here to Nashville? If they're coming to the door, are you still selling tickets?
We're still selling tickets, and in fact, we're still selling a lot today. It's been crazy to see that ticket flow come through. So people are still showing up, and you know, Nashville's a short drive from a lot of places. So if you're watching this online, you're getting that itch on the couch, you're ready to get off and come see what all the fun's about, go ahead, jump in the car, come down. It's going to be fun.
Still time to come to Bitcoin 2024. We're just getting underway here in Nashville, Tennessee. You're going to see a lot of headliners today. Senator Bill Hagerty, Senator Cynthia Lummis, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, and many more. We're going to hear a word from our sponsors. Now we'll be right back after this break.
Yeah.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions and recycling
One more time,
data center
I can't hear
heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you...
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. As we said earlier, this is it, day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world beginning behind us. We'll be bringing you the action all day today on the live news desk. Keep it here on YouTube, Rumble, X. Smash that subscribe button. We've got a great panel of special guests right now. Brandon Green in the middle, executive director of the Bitcoin conference. Frank Corva, lead business reporter of Bitcoin Magazine. And Q Gahimi joining us now on the end, a reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. We were just talking about all the great speakers we're going to see today. But one thing, Brandon, that you said that I wanted to stick on is this changing profile of the Bitcoin owner, right? I think when people think about who owns Bitcoin, they might think of someone very technical, maybe a little bit nerdy, geeky. Is that changing? What are you seeing in the crowd? Q, you're joining us just now from the venue. I'd love to get your take.
Yeah, I mean, look, this year especially, we're starting to see Bitcoin expand beyond just the typical people. We've seen we saw the growth into the financial sector over the course of the last 12 months as well with the launch of the ETFs. You were seeing more TradFi enter this space. I believe it was last year we had Shell come here as well for the first time, and we're seeing an expansion in the energy sector. Now we are starting to see the political space really entrench itself, and you are seeing it is a far cry from the cryptographers of a decade ago at this point now.
Frank, what are you seeing as you walk around this venue? You're seeing the lines. I mean, looking right now, I'm watching a line that's stretching from all the way across a 100-foot stage. Who are you seeing out here in the audience?
Yeah, I want to talk about what I'm seeing, but also what I'm seeing, but also what I'm feeling. Yesterday was a super sort of, it was electric, and then I learned from someone that we only had to think about 5,000 people in the venue yesterday, and someone mentioned 6,000, and today that'll be upwards of 20,000. So based on what I'm seeing, as Pete just mentioned, we have this huge line of people queuing up to go wherever they're going over there. I think just the feeling is going to be electric. Yesterday was amazing. We had industry day, but today we're going to have the general admission, the sort of hardcore Bitcoiners, the people who have made their pilgrimage to Nashville to take part in this, and it's going to be super exciting.
Is that your estimation of who's in the audience? This is still very much an in crowd, or are we reaching out, reaching new demographics, Brandon?
I think we're reaching new demographics for sure. I mean, I think that the Trump angle for sure brings new people in, people who wanted to see him speak, but want to understand why he's speaking at a Bitcoin conference. That's a big thing. I would also, harp on the ETF side. Over the past year, 6 months, the number of moms and grandmas, I can speak for myself, that are owning Bitcoin, that are buying Bitcoin for the first time. So we are expanding out in terms of who's owning Bitcoin, who's interacting with this asset. Maybe not in the way that you may say is a native way, but certainly getting exposure to the Bitcoin price, learning about the innovation to come, and certainly, I can see it in the crowd right in front of us. I wish these cameras could kind of turn around and see what we're looking at, but
we'll get them up soon. We'll have some roaming cameras live. Our eyes are on the chat, so if you're on YouTube, X, or Rumble, we're going to be looking at your questions, comments, and I have to say a lot of national flags pouring in as people pour in the chat. We've got thousands of people in there. We're seeing things from Germany, Brazil, people from around the world tuning into this conference. Let's talk about this global nature of Bitcoin and the responsibility that this conference has to showcase that. Brandon, want to stick with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are in the US, but we are the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world. We have sponsors and attendees from all the way from China, Japan, places in the South America. So we're seeing really an international interest. We were even talking to, I guess I can say this, we were talking to our friend Nayib Bukele down in El Salvador about maybe a last
This would be the president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele.
Of course, yeah. And so, we're really a global brand, of course. Bitcoin is a global brand, and we're a global conference. And so certainly it's not just an American event. We see a lot of Americans here. There's a very strong American narrative this year with the election, but truly, Bitcoin is for everyone. Bitcoin is global.
What would you say to people at home internationally? They're worried about this Americanization of the narrative, this politicization of the narrative. This is a non-government, an apolitical currency, some say. Q, Frank, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, look, I spent a lot of time chatting with a lot of different founders throughout the conference yesterday, and one of the largest themes that I took away from was the fact that while here in America we have this financial privilege to have access to every bank, there's an ATM every block you want to walk here in Nashville or wherever you're watching.
Even in this venue, yeah.
In this venue as well. But so many products that I'm talking to these founders about what they're trying to create within the Bitcoin ecosystem is about helping to bank the unbanked populations throughout the world. Obi over on the Fedi team was talking about how over 66% of the global population does not have a bank account. Like we have this financial privilege that we are afforded here in America, and while we are having this discussion here on U.S. soil, it is important to recognize the fact that this is a network that exists for everyone in the world that can help change the financial situations of a global population.
Of course, we're going to be mixing in news here on the desk today as well. Keep it tuned. We'll have action going on the stage, but news yesterday that the Bitcoin hashtag suddenly removed on X. Would love to get this panel's hot take. There are a lot of people out there furious. This was Bitcoin. If you're an X user, had a special hashtag. You would see an orange B next to the Bitcoin. Today, removed a normal blue wording. Very sad, depressing. Is this a signal to the industry, Frank? Q, Brandon, would love your fast thoughts on this.
I think, Elon seems to be playing games with us. One day it's laser eye profile pic. The next day it's no more Bitcoin icon next to the hashtag. Who knows what the reason is? Elon is a bit of a wild card. Why he's doing it, we don't necessarily know. But I will say it will be a little bit disappointing. I sort of love typing in that hashtag and seeing that bright orange B pop up sort of gets people's attention for whatever you're tweeting out. And so
Q, Brandon, your thoughts, your words to Elon if he's watching at home. I'm
Oh, yeah.
assuming he's up late.
You know, my good personal friend Elon Musk, who hangs on to every single word with bated breath that I have to say. Look, there are so many wild decisions going on across social media right now. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next couple hours it's back and everyone is on to bigger
Well,
and better
why
things.
should the B be reinstated? Brandon, if you were going to make a case, why does Bitcoin deserve the special B?
You know, I actually declined to comment on this one.
All right.
The context, at least, is the fact that this came out when Jack was still
Right.
running
Jack Dorsey,
Twitter.
of course, the founder of Twitter. Yeah.
Twitter at the time, and it just sort of like one day we woke up and we're like, oh, this is incredible. Like, this is now the hashtag of it. So
Well, the Bitcoin hashtag gone, not forgotten. Of course, we're bringing you more news from the stage. Going to throw it back to the stage when we start in 30 minutes. But for now, I want to talk about what we were talking about before, the industry, the businesses here. A big theme of this conference also is accepting Bitcoin, right? I went to get breakfast this morning and I heard cash, credit, or Bitcoin at the register. Amazing to hear. I bought my apple fritter with Bitcoin. Let's talk about the payments that are getting integrated into the conference. Brandon, would love your take on how you approach Bitcoin payments. And I heard we've gone open source this year.
Yeah, we have. We've integrated with BTC Pay Server for almost all of our purchases on site. We're working with Strike alongside that to help provide liquidity for the Lightning Network. It's a very new system that we're trying this year, and so far it's been incredibly successful. It's been awesome to use. If you get to the store today, you see those bulk cards, make sure you pick one up. They're pretty fun. The laser eyes on them light up when you stick them near an NFC reader. So very fun way to use some Bitcoin to spend some sats over Lightning. And, you know, Pete, I would actually throw it back to you. I'm curious how that apple fritter was this morning.
It was delicious, Brandon. I appreciate that. And Frank, Q, you're here, you're Bitcoiners, you have your wallets ready.
Yeah.
What are you seeing around the venue? Obviously, yesterday I was in the artist gallery, all the artists accepting Bitcoin, all the merchants and vendors. I bought a t-shirt with Bitcoin. What have you seen, Frank?
Yeah, there's plenty of that going on. I paid for Bitcoin for a few different things yesterday. I was over, making my way around the venue here, and picked up a few things, some food, some T-shirts, using Bitcoin. Beyond what I see here at the venue, which is plenty of people accepting Bitcoin, willing to accept Bitcoin, excited to accept Bitcoin, is with a lot of the founders that I speak with. One of the big sort of themes of this fifth epoch of Bitcoin is that, you know, pushing it more and more as a medium of exchange. The digital gold narrative is getting a little bit stale in the minds of a lot of people, and I think it really is important that we think about it as a medium of exchange. So credit to you, Brendan. I know we really prioritized having BTC Pay Server in here. I think we did some sort of integration with Strike, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's really important, because if we're going to be hosting a Bitcoin conference here and we're not necessarily making Bitcoin really easy to use, you know, what are we doing?
Q, your thoughts on the experience around the venue and just Bitcoin payments in general being part of the narrative?
I mean, look, it is the natural progression of money, as anyone who has, you know, spent some time studying Bitcoin, which as a default you end up studying the history and stages of money. It is only natural that we progress there. I am probably the worst Bitcoiner though, and every single time someone's like cash, Bitcoin, or credit card, I'm like, credit card, because I don't want to spend my Bitcoin right now. I did, of course, you know, coming to a Bitcoin conference, I was like, all right, let's make sure there's enough on Strike to be able to like spend a little bit as I need to. But yeah, I'm definitely the type of Bitcoiner who I will get a little annoyed and frustrated. I'm like, all right, I'll do that, and then quickly go and restack exactly what I just spent.
Real quick, before we move on from this, you know, I want to give a special shout out to a new member of our team at Buckeye Bitcoin on X. He has been passionately trying to upgrade and change the checkout experience, the store experience for the Bitcoin conference. He's the one who spearheaded this integration with BTC Pay Server and Strike. I think it's an incredible checkout experience. It's definitely paving the way for merchant adoption, and hopefully we can kind of productize this and allow other, you know, vendors to be able to very quickly and easily integrate with BTC Pay Server and accept Bitcoin. So, you know, kudos to him for kind of streamlining this process for us.
Well, still time to come to Nashville. Still time to buy your ticket with Bitcoin. We're going to be throwing it to a special message from our sponsors in a minute, but want to stick on a note that you said, Q, about the nature of money, right? In many ways, Bitcoin is a money conference. It's a financial conference. And want to give some stats about Bitcoin versus the dollar. Obviously, Bitcoin launched in 2008, achieved its first recorded price in late 2009. That was 7/10,000ths of a cent. Bitcoin up 9.2 billion% against the dollar in that time. Can we speak to just this competition between Bitcoin and the US dollar, why people are saving in Bitcoin, and the nature of how Bitcoin is entering people's financial lives. Frank, Q, Brandon, would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I could jump in there. Yeah, so I think that right now, I mean, the dollar has tremendous network effects, right? So like a lot of oil is denominated in dollars. People use dollars around the world. Certain countries are dollarized, like El Salvador was dollarized before it adopted Bitcoin as another currency that they could get another legal tender there. So I wouldn't say that the two are necessarily in competition right now. I think Bitcoin, like as Q just mentioned, most people look at it, I think in the United States as more of a saving mechanism, a little bit less as a medium of exchange, though I think that that's shifting a little bit. Over time, that dynamic might change, but the dollar's network effects, I don't think are going away anytime soon. In the meantime, I think Bitcoin will continue to, gain more adoption and eventually maybe become a competitor, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
A Bitcoin and one Bitcoin, $60,000, $64,000 as of this morning.
It crashed a lot of it to 60.
Didn't mean to alarm you, Q, but for many people at home, this is unfathomable, right? The idea that a digital currency, some internet money, could be worth that much US dollars. What do you say to people who still can't wrap their minds around that?
You're not gonna make it.
Oh man, don't be friends with Q, all right?
No,
this is a man who's not onboarding his family.
Hello, close family and friends at this point, like they know the speech.
They know they're not going to make it.
Hey, can I make a quick correction? $67,000. You know, people have been talking about the Bitcoin conference dump for years, but let me tell you,
there's still time.
there's still time, but so far number go up. Just saying.
No. There's always the little pump. But next week you're gonna get a text
Well,
from
the
me.
focus here is really on the loss of the purchasing power of the dollar, that people are struggling in the economy. Brandon, Q, can you just speak to this as Bitcoin users? I mean, have you benefited from using Bitcoin? If so, how? I mean, there are people watching here who are maybe new to Bitcoin. They're excited about what we have at the conference. Maybe share your stories.
Well, yeah, you know, I would say that it's really two things happening at the same time. Of course, there's this protection of your purchasing power, but at the same time, you have, you know, kind of the growth of a viable adoption curve, right? You know, the S curve that kind of increases alongside with the price. And so, you know, it's both protecting your downside, but it's also, you know, giving you opportunity to you know, participate and buy into a new monetary system, which is very exciting, very huge opportunity. I would also, you know, want to harp on what you were saying earlier about, you know, the competition between the US dollar and Bitcoin. You know, we've got two presidential candidates who see a very complementary way by which Bitcoin and the US dollar can work together, and actually using it in ways to maybe provide value and backstop the US dollar. So I'm very curious about how that narrative grows over the next year as well.
Q, your thoughts?
Look, we've all felt it. I mean, not everyone, but you know, most of us at least do some grocery shopping, or we go out to eat. We are pumping gas in our cars. Like we are feeling it in our wallets right now, especially over the course of the last 4 years. It has not gotten easier for anyone, and unfortunately, during that same window of time, we have witnessed, especially those within the space, we witnessed an incredible bull market back in 21, leading up to, at this point now, a price point that we typically have never seen, a return to an all-time high before the halving that we saw back in March and April. Meanwhile, you know, while they say it's what was the last CPI report, 3%, or like, oh, we capped out at 8% inflation. It's like, no. My receipts from my grocery bill are more than double at this point. Like we're seeing those TikToks where it's like, all right, this is what $100 of groceries will buy you back in 2020, and this is how much it costs right now. So
I tweeted on X this morning, today, 4 years ago, the last time you had the chance to buy Bitcoin under $10,000. So obviously at least 6x from then. Time machines for everyone. The question for people who are maybe just tuning in is, can this price appreciation continue? And does it have to continue for Bitcoin to be a useful hedge or an alternative to the dollar? Frank, your take.
Yeah, I think that's a really important something to talk about, where it needs some nuance, right? So people talk about Bitcoin, number go up, technology, it's a hedge against inflation. But one of the things to keep in mind is that usually the people who benefit from holding Bitcoin hold it for upwards of, I believe, about 4 years, almost the term of a Bitcoin cycle or an epoch. So it's important to know that it's not like buy this technology today, tomorrow you're going to be rich and it's just going to constantly go up in a straight line only. So that nuance often isn't discussed in this space, and it is important. So if you're new to Bitcoin, maybe you bought the last, peak, or, that would be a few years ago, but maybe you bought at a peak and then the price goes down, then you're mad at the person who taught you about Bitcoin, right? I think we've all been there as people. Yeah, we've all been there as people.
That one hurt, Q. You could just tell, yeah.
Yeah. I have less friends, now than when I did when I got
topic
into
on the
it.
desk now is, can Bitcoin's price appreciation continue? And the context, does it have to for Bitcoin to be useful, for Bitcoin adoption to continue? Brandon, conference organizer, here, your take.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it does have to continue, and the reason is that it's it's a metric that kind of quantifies adoption. And so we want to see adoption continue to grow. If it's not growing, then it's shrinking. And so, yeah, I expect the price appreciation to continue for years to come, because Bitcoin is ultimately one of the greatest tools to adopt for freedom, for monetary freedom in the world. And everyone wants monetary freedom. It's something that people want to opt into if they have the opportunity. So I expect it to continue for sure.
Q, your quick thoughts before our next break.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was chuckling because I was genuinely remembering a conversation I had back in summer of 2019, where I had a few assistants at my old job asking me, they're like, all right, like what would you save some money and what would you do? And I was telling them all, I was like, look, whatever extra cash I have, I just buy a little bit of Bitcoin. Like, here, go. At the time, I was using Cash App, like just go on Cash App, like you can buy $5 of Bitcoin. Like,
and how has that worked out for them?
I mean, look, I was getting yelled at by one of the senior managers there. They're like, oh my God, that's so stupid. I bought a bunch of Bitcoin at 20K. Like I'm down forever on it. I was like, give it time. We're 3 years removed from that all-time high. And I remember during that bull market of 2020 into 21, I reached out to one of the assistants that I was telling this to. I was like, yo, did you ever end up buying Bitcoin? He responded, I think about that conversation every day.
Well, patience, of course, the motto of that story. Impatience here as people pour in from around the world at Bitcoin 2024. We're going to send it now to a quick message from our sponsors. We'll be back. So much more to come. Senator Bill Hagerty, Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Edward Snowden, American whistleblower, and many more. Stay tuned. Stay with us. This is the Bitcoin Live Desk at Bitcoin 2024.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto.
Why? What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
was combine those two things in a weird way. He's bringing sort of a moral case to it, right? That he doesn't have to go out and argue all these things. He's asking the right questions. And for him to do this really puts that moral
Well, of course, he
barrier.
brought Bitcoin into the conversation, becoming the first presidential candidate ever to launch his campaign at Bitcoin 2023 last year. Brandon, your thoughts of just RFK saying he's committed, he's a Bitcoin owner, does this resonate with you?
You know, I like Nolan's take. I would add to it. What we've seen RFK really be is an Overton window shifter. You know, there are things that didn't exist in the political conversation that RFK has brought into it. And one of those things being Bitcoin, like you said. You know, he reminds me a little bit in some ways of Trump in 2016 when he also shifted the Overton window on many issues in the American political sphere. So I'm very excited to hear some of those remarks last night that he said at Karate Combat about him having most of his wealth in Bitcoin. I mean, that's incredible. This is the third leading candidate for president right now saying that most of his wealth is in Bitcoin. I mean, who would have imagined 4 years ago that being the case? So truly an exciting time, and he's speaking today. I mean, how cool is that?
And he'll be live with us later on this desk. I want to read some quotes from RFK in the past. Quote, transactional freedom as important as freedom of speech. Quote, the Fed's proposed digital cash could be an instrument of control. And he's challenged a lot of the draconian laws that are affecting this industry. Q, want to get your take on this idea that RFK, or really one of his platform policies, being against CBDCs, the idea that government should be out of our money, we should have transactional freedom. Can you speak about that aspect of his policy?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it a little bit yesterday too, because it's also part of Trump's campaign promises as well. And we have reached a point here in America where the idea of a cashless society has started to soak into our ecosystem, and we're seeing different businesses say, sorry, no cash, even though, you know, that is the legal tender of our country and, you know, the currency of our country. As we kind of touched on as well yesterday a little bit, the idea of the government being able to tell you how and when you can spend your money. Oh, you know what? You live on the odd number side of the street, so today is the day that you can go grocery shopping, and you're on the even side. So hopefully he saves up enough food.
But how real is this concern, Nolan? Should people be afraid of the CBDC? We've seen legislation coming out to just directly oppose it. What are your thoughts on this piece of RFK's platform?
Well, I understand why he's against it. And the way he modeled being against it with the Canadian truckers last year, and the way he expressed that, we've all done that thing. We didn't know about Bitcoin. We didn't get it. But to say that publicly, to say you didn't understand something, and then another event opened your eyes to your ignorance, that was always a strong message, right? The way he modeled it. I would say even further, he's got a superpower in that you can't really call him, he's vaccinated from the conspiracy theorist slander, right? Like at a certain point, if your dad and your uncle are killed and you have some questions, you're kind of allowed, right? So, he's immunized from a lot of these things. And for him to get into Bitcoin in that way, I think anyway, he can talk about what CBDCs might be, what they could propose for humanity. And
but maybe let's just make that real for people who are watching. What is the threat, Brandon?
It's a really good question. I don't think that people still know exactly what the threat is, because it could look like a lot of different things. You have the digital yuan in China that's already being developed. It's being closely tied with the credit score system, and you can see a very draconian system emerging with that. On the flip side, you also saw, I believe it was Nigeria that put out their own central bank, central bank digital currency, and no one used it. So if it's allowed to compete in a free market, you'll probably not see much adoption of central bank digital currencies. There's not much value when you look at, okay, here's a digital currency, Bitcoin, controlled by no one, finite supply, totally predictable, permissionless, or here's the central bank digital currency you can choose to use, which is surveilled, controlled. They may remove your savings, they may print it to infinity. Why would you choose that? Most people wouldn't.
Brandon, the scientists the other day, I heard some scientists and economists the other day, and they said if you give it to them and they can spend it on whatever they want, they'll take it.
Exactly.
We're here.
The key there is give it to them. Like, yes, when you put it in that context, like why would you ever want to do this? But when the government is saying, hey, here's $1,000 that you could spend on whatever you want to do, just know that it's fully digital. You're not going to ever feel it, but here's 1,000 free made up dollars.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this historical precedent. We're here at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee. In many ways, a monetary conference about the nature and history of money. We're talking, of course, right now about independent candidate for president Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He'll be on stage later. Another quote from him I want to read, quote, "War causes inflation." He talks about Kissinger and Nixon taking the U.S. off the gold standard to fund war, right? These were his statements last year. Maybe we can contextualize that for people. What does RFK mean when he's talking about that, Nolan?
Well, I would go one step further. The fox is in the hen house is what he's saying, right? There's people that are out there to make money, and it doesn't matter who dies. And what he's saying is the incentives are aligned to have this kind of equation. But don't forget, it was his uncle that let the fox in the hen house.
Hen house, these are abstract analogies. What are we talking about?
We're talking about people who are not interested in your well-being, that don't mind if you die, if it makes them money. And that's what the war machine is really about, right? It's after profit.
But war, inflation, are these things that are impacting people's lives right now, Brandon?
I mean, yes, there are multiple wars going on around the world right now. And of course, money is being printed in order to fund them. So it is in some ways inextricable. War itself is a capital destructive process. It doesn't create value for the world. It destroys value. It destroys buildings, lives, economies. And so, there has to be a way to fund that. And the way that it's funded today is via the printing of money.
Q, you talked about your journey 4 or 5 years ago, just getting into Bitcoin, words like inflation, the war machine, it funds governments, a war around the world. Your reaction to that at first and how it's changed over time?
I mean, I've long felt this way about just the way we spend money to keep our forever wars, especially during my lifetime. But, no Bitcoin journey is complete without reading the Bitcoin Standard. And there's the segment where Safety talks about, how was World War I really funded and how did they sort of stay in that war? Well, all these countries back then were on the gold standard, decided to pause, let's just print ad nauseum so that we can keep going on this war. And then when they try to forcibly return to the same dollar to gold ratio that they had prior to leaving the gold standard, we saw all those. None of us saw. We're not that old. Rizzo might be, but
I'm not that old, Q. But thank you.
We saw though all of these different economies slowly deteriorate as a result of that, until the point where you saw the Germans had to do something, and they invaded Poland.
Let's talk again about Bitcoin as a solution today for people who are suffering from inflation. Can it be a solution today for the people who are coming to this conference who are new? Is your advice to them to buy Bitcoin as a hedge from what's going on with the US dollar, Brandon?
Oh, it's a good question. And something you said earlier that I would just quickly harp on, we're the largest Bitcoin crypto conference in the world. We're the largest game theory conference in the world. I'm going to throw that one out there. And I would
that
say
got scrubbed from the website very quickly.
Oh, well, we'll make it stick later. But yeah, this is a pivotal time for how Bitcoin is kind of seen in that global context, and especially as we're talking about war and things that RFK is saying. There are aligned incentives along Bitcoin as well. And so, the changing, narrative, the changing way that it interplays with some of these politicians is certainly going to change the way that people see it.
Well, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be speaking on stage later, the headliner of a day of headliners. I want to talk about what you were saying earlier, Brandon, about busting misconceptions, RFK being an Overton window shifter. So another way that he's moved the Overton window is really busting the misconception that Bitcoin is bad for the environment, right? I want to talk about that a little bit for people who are coming. This is a dominant FUD about Bitcoin today. People are reading the media. Bitcoin miners are noisy. They're using all our energy. They're bad for the grid. What would you say to people about this, and how has RFK informed that? Nolan, let's go to you.
Look, I always think of the economy as a psychological engine, right? It's about perpetuating strong commercial relationships. If you have confidence in what you're doing, people are going to come together and do things. And what's been going on for a long time in fiat is that the brainwashing required to perpetuate that network, to get people to participate, requires people to be afraid about the environment. It's the only way they can sort of transpose these limits on how we create companies and what the incentives are. So what we've seen from just the change in this level is that we're at a point now where the energy question really brings everything into the orange versus green context, right? It's not blue versus red anymore. We're starting to divide into green.
You're talking, of course, about how Bitcoin actually can help the grid. Q, can you continue that thought?
Of course. I mean, if you don't know who Dan Batten is, I highly, highly recommend taking a look at a lot of his research, what he has done, what he has said, and his journey to getting to the point where he has come to realize the impact that Bitcoin mining can have as a net positive for the environment. And we saw, over the course of a few years, how Bitcoin miners who are far smarter than myself, especially myself, were able to maximize and use, stranded energy during the process of mining natural gas. And now all of a sudden you have a way to resolve and see the impact on the climate decrease. We are going to see more of this. Bitcoin miners are incentivized to find the cheapest sources of energies and cheapest source of energy. And if they continue to operate with this mentality of let us not only find the cheapest form of energy, but find it in a way that is already stranded. It already exists in the world. Where is it that we're not thinking that we can go and capitalize on?
We're talking, of course, about the narrative right now in the mainstream that Bitcoin's carbon intensive, but the dream is that it could be even carbon negative. Brandon?
Absolutely. The real goal here is a green transition of our energy grids, the electrifying of the grid. That's going to require energy production that is levels above what is today. And so in order to do that, I'm not the best person to explain this, but many people have explained that, the current kind of carbon way of powering the grid is very demand responsive. They can scale it up, they can scale it down, but as you transition to, green energies, most of those are not able to be scaled. So what you need is a flexible load on the demand side to be able to scale up and scale down and take that power out when they need to and give it back to the grid when they need to, right? And so what Bitcoin mining is that flexible load that allows for a much smoother transition to green energy. That's a very strong narrative that I think we need to continue to capitalize. If you see behind us, there's tons of Bitcoin mining companies at this conference whose exact goal is to help the green transition, to help create flexible loads for the grid and to help get more renewable energy online. And so it's a very powerful narrative. It's one that RFK understands. That's why he leans into this, entire topic, because he is a very environmentally eco-focused guy. He wants to see a cleaner environment. He dedicates most of his life to wilderness, and forest, restoration, all sorts of stuff. And so he understands that fundamental fact about Bitcoin mining. It is very complementary to the environment, and it is complementary to the idea that humans need more energy. We need to continue to create more energy for the world because that is the number one correlated metric to human prosperity. which we all want.
Of course, much more about that on bitcoinmagazine.com. You can find a slew of articles as well as breaking news. Want to switch the subject a little bit today, or continue the subject about RFK Jr., who will be on stage later. Of course, my panel right now, Brandon Green, Executive Director at the Bitcoin Conference, Q Gahimi, and Nolan Bowerly. The subject now, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and really want to focus on his main stage speech today. What do we expect, and is there something new he can say to the Bitcoin audience that will galvanize them to support him this November? Nolan, your take.
Oh, that's a good question. Look, I'll go back to say energy literacy is always one of them. We were just talking about energy. That's really what he's out there doing. He's continuing Satoshi's work for financial literacy, bringing it to energy literacy. And I think that's a big part of it. I think if he really starts talking about the US energy system going all in on Bitcoin, that would change the game. Because indeed, just as we said about energy, he's probably the most credible person to talk about environmental issues up there. There's no doubting he's an environmentalist. There's no doubting he wants to live in a clean and healthy place. And when you hear him extend that understanding that Bitcoin and Satoshi's work has done for everyone to understand financial literacy, the next big revelation of Satoshi's work is energy literacy.
Do you think there is pressure on him in the speech today because of Trump?
Of course, but I think we're operating in a different environment here, right? You got to understand, Robert F. Kennedy is picking the next president of the United States. Only his vote matters. He's the only American voting this year because he controls 10 to 20% of the vote, right? So he's out there explaining that whatever he does, which way he goes, that will determine who the president is. So he's incredibly powerful in that way. We have this situation where he's doing that. So, I think he's out there trying to influence the way it's headed. He's going to be signaling which party he's more or less attacking with his policies.
Q, what can RFK Jr. say today to get the Bitcoin vote, to get your vote as a Bitcoiner?
I want to hear something about actual policy decisions from what his actual tenure would look like. We've heard at this point now plenty of politicians come to Bitcoin conferences or say the right things on a stage only to leave this conference or leave, speaking to Bitcoiners and almost forget what they talked about, what they wanted to say. Their handlers tell them all the right things. There's a lot of buzz and excitement in these rooms, but carry it over, take the torch and now carry it on to the rest of the people who are listening, paying attention to you, asking you questions. And what are you actually going to do other than say the right things to try to get our vote today?
Brandon, the topic now, RFK Jr., what can he say today on the stage to get your vote as a Bitcoiner?
Well, earlier I said that we're the largest game theory conference in the world. I'm plugging that again. And let me tell you, you mentioned, contrasting what he's going to say with what Trump's going to say, and is there pressure? Well, I would say the pressure can run in reverse. I believe that RFK is going to put forward a bold vision for not just supporting Bitcoin in the U.S., but truly transforming the U.S. with Bitcoin. And so that's what I'm excited to see. He's been a year in to his Bitcoin journey, starting at the conference last year. He's talked to many CEOs of the industry. He's talked to many influential people, around kind of the world, really, in Bitcoin. And I think he's really started to understand the gravity of what this movement is and what it can do for the United States. And so I'm excited to see him articulate a vision that is much more deep, much more fundamental than even what Trump can talk about this early on his own journey. And so I'm very excited to see that.
We'll be sending it back to the main stage in just a few moments. The topic, ETF flows, a passing fad. You'll be hearing from Jan Van Eck, Matt Hogan from Bitwise, Robert Mitchnick from BlackRock. We'll be back with you after this break, but want to give you a quick encouragement. Head to bitcoinmagazine.com if you haven't yet. Subscribe to the Bitcoin Magazine. The privacy issue on newsstands now, talking about some of the issues that we'll be hearing more about at the conference today. And of course, 2 more days here in Nashville at the Bitcoin conference. And I'll just run through that lineup again one more time of who you'll be seeing today. Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican from Tennessee. Senator Cynthia Lummis, a Republican from Wyoming. Still to hear from MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Russell Brand, podcaster, movie star, provocateur, American whistleblower Edward Snowden, and as we were just talking about, independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We'll be back after this break. Stay with us at the Mara News Desk.
So, what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of
Good morning, Nashville. Welcome to the Bitcoin conference, which a lot of people are also calling the Bitcoin National Convention for obvious reasons. My name is Walker.
And I'm Carla, and we'll be your hosts here on the Nakamoto stage.
This year's conference is truly a historic one, and there is a legendary lineup of speakers for you this weekend. It ranges from investors to presidential candidates, members of Congress, authors, CEOs, entrepreneurs, developers, educators, human rights activists. Am I missing anyone?
Just, President Donald Trump.
Right.
And the guy from Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Love that movie. It's telling that we have both the independent and the Republican presidential candidates here with us this weekend.
Further proof that while Bitcoin doesn't need politicians, politicians do need Bitcoin.
And, cheer for that. And they need Bitcoiners, because much to the dismay of folks like Elizabeth Warren, Bitcoin isn't going anywhere. And Bitcoiners are becoming more powerful and more influential every single year.
Why? Because we save the value of our time and energy in the hardest money ever discovered.
And speaking of time, ours is up, so let's get right to it.
Up first, we have ETF flows, a passing fad.
With Matt Hogan of Bitwise Asset Management, Jan Van Eck of Van Eck, Robert Michnick of BlackRock, and moderated by James Seifert of Bloomberg.
Please give them a very warm welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. James Seifert, Bloomberg Intelligence, research analyst. I think what they were just talking about here explains, and what we're going to talk about is kind of the game theory of Bitcoin. Everyone is kind of eventually going to get involved, and we have some of the largest asset managers in the world and one of the largest asset managers in the world on stage here today. To get started, let's start with you, Matt. You had a successful career in the ETF industry. You did not have to go to a startup I don't know, how 8 years ago, 9 years ago, before ETFs were even a remote possibility, to take a shot on this industry. So why did you try to launch a Bitcoin ETF, I don't know, 4 years before we even got one?
Yeah, well, we recognize, and thanks for having me, it's great to be here. We recognized that this was a critical technology and that ETFs would be well received by the market. If Bitcoin's going to achieve its long-term objective, it needs to be owned by a wide variety of people. Some people want to self-custody it. That's great. Other people will want exposure through an ETF. And we thought it was possible, and that turned out to be right.
And Jan, your name is literally on on your company, right? You run the company. You were also extremely early. You were one of the earliest TradFi players, aside from Fidelity, I would argue, that was like bullish on this space, bullish on Bitcoin. Why were you so into Bitcoin, for lack of a better term?
Well, good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know Van Eck, definitely Bitcoin, I would say, is in my blood. And I say that because Van Eck was founded in 1955, but we also started the first gold mutual fund in the United States in 1968 before the big inflationary run-up of the 70s. And it was illegal for Americans to hold gold bullion at the time. Plus, and I haven't said this before, but my mom is German, and she was actually a refugee. She had to flee the communist secret police who were trying to arrest my grandfather. So I get why Bitcoin, I get why freedom.
Great. And then Robbie, you interned, you interned in the crypto space, and you decided to make it your career. You went to BlackRock long before. You went to BlackRock while Larry Fink was still calling it an index of money laundering to head up their digital assets side of things. I guess, what was your decision, and why did you believe that BlackRock was ultimately going to launch a Bitcoin ETF when you went there, after seeing what Larry Fink was saying on TV for years, even after you joined the firm?
Well, I think the opportunity, even in those early years, 2017, 2018, was fairly obvious in terms of what this space could become. One, as an emerging asset class, as well as a transformative technology. And BlackRock as a platform is so impactful in terms of the reach of clients across many investor types that we have access to, and that thesis has certainly played out.
Yeah, just for everyone who, just so you guys know, Robbie is one of the key figures that orange pilled Larry Fink, who's the CEO of the largest asset manager in the world. So if you see him around, you can thank him later.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one fun piece of ETF history, because many people maybe are new to ETFs. But 20 years ago, when Jan and I were doing ETFs, they were the renegade idea. The Financial Times called them weapons of mass destruction. There were congressional hearings about ETFs destroying the American dream, and people generally hated them. Fast forward to today, there's $7, $8, $9, $10 trillion in ETFs, and they've been accepted in mainstream. And I sort of saw that transformation from a disruptive idea that people didn't trust to something that's embraced for what it can do. And I think, you see that same thing going on with Bitcoin right now.
Great. So the title of this is, are these ETF flows a passing fad? I guess we'll go to you, Jan. Short question. Are these ETF flows a passing fad? We've seen 17 billion come in since they launched on January 11th.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's overwhelming, really. I mean, congrats to BlackRock for raising so much assets and the success. As I said yesterday, one of the biggest ETF launches in history, if not the one. And what's interesting to me is how big the assets in Bitcoin ETFs are now relative to the ecosystem, right? Coming up on 60 billion relative to a $1.5 trillion asset, let's call it ballpark. There's only double that amount in gold bullion ETFs, and gold bullion is worth about 15 trillion in market cap, so 10 times as big. So the impact is starting to become a little bit of a whale in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Robbie, is it a passing fad? What do you guys think is going on over at BlackRock?
Well, I think what's interesting, James, is that we're still pretty early in the rollout of these, right? It's only been 6 months. Yes, the flows have been tremendous, but when you think about the client segments, iShares and similar for VanEck and Bitwise that we serve, it really breaks down into end investors direct, wealth advisory, and institutional. And that first segment from day one came kind of storming out of the gates. There was huge demand, and that drove a lot of the flows. But in the other two segments, it's still quite early in their journey. When we talk about institutions, there's a long research, diligence, exploration process that requires a lot of education. We're on that journey with a lot of our institutional clients today. The wealth advisory space, the RIA channel, which is a subset of it, turned these on quickly. But when you think about the big wirehouses and private bank platforms, none of them have really opened them up to their advisors yet. Typically, that takes multiple years, and they're actually, in many cases, expediting those processes in light of what tremendous success there's been, but none of them have actually turned it on yet.
Yeah, so there's those three levels. There's like fully restricted. You can only, then the next level is like basically you can only buy it if the client wants it, and that's solicited. And then unsolicited is like the advisor can recommend it. So I guess most of these massive platforms that have trillions of dollars, the UBSs, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, the Merrill Lynches, they haven't turned it on at that final level. And like you said, it could take years. But I guess if you had to put a timeline on it, Jan, when are we going to see these massive platforms be potentially this next wave of
I
buying?
want to ask Matt a question, right? Because these wealth platforms are so slow to adopt this, and we see this in Europe where we've had a Bitcoin ETF for 2 years. So will the U.S. have a strategic reserve in Bitcoin before the Wealth Channel approves the first Bitcoin ETF? We may learn the answer in the next 24 hours.
That's right. We may well indeed.
So a lot of you just talked, multiple of you said the word education. So when you're talking with these people, the wealth advisors, the institutions, how much of it is explaining ETFs? You talked about ETFs used to be viewed as a weapon of mass destruction versus how much of it is explaining blockchain, Bitcoin, what have you? Like, what are these conversations you're having? And these questions, they're doing the due diligence process. Sometimes it can take years. Hopefully it's going to be expedited for these. But like, what questions are you answering on your side, Matt?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two sets of questions. And we've been educating this audience for 7 years, right? We do 20,000 meetings with financial professionals each year about Bitcoin and crypto. They ask two types of questions. One is due diligence on the products. How does custody work? How does trading work? And they just need to walk through that. That's not different from any ETF. You would need to do that with any ETF. And the other are sort of more fundamental questions about Bitcoin. Where does it fit in a portfolio? Importantly, how do you value it? Why does it have value? They still have those fundamental questions, but I will say they've changed over the last 5 or 7 or even 3 years. They used to have more fundamental questions. Will Bitcoin still exist? Those have vanished from the ecosystem. They used to get held up on custody and how it works. Those are much easier to answer now. So the questions are getting better. The due diligence is getting quicker, but it still takes, 6 months, 12 months, even more.
What bothers or disturbs me a little bit, in sort of communicating with clients about financial investments, you have to explain the opportunities and the risks. So actually what concerns me a little bit is the questions that investors don't ask. I mean, they just don't understand sometimes, what the network is. Is network usage growing? And that's true for, the other ETFs that launched last week as well. They talk about the price, they talk about volatility, they talk about security, but they don't understand a network without users has no value, right? Has no interest. So I know you talk about it, Matt. I'm just trying to highlight, like, sometimes you have to prompt them to ask the right questions about these kinds of investments. I know you talk about it as well, Robert.
Yeah. And I think there is one theme in particular in our education journey with clients that's coming up more significantly now. And that is how to think about Bitcoin from a risk perspective. Because Bitcoin on a standalone basis certainly is a risky asset. It's an early emerging technology. Its adoption trajectory is still somewhat uncertain. There's regulatory uncertainty, et cetera. But when you think about it in the context of a portfolio at a modest allocation, then that conversation can actually turn on its head. Because other than exposure to interest rates, there's a fundamental basis on which Bitcoin you would expect to be either uncorrelated or in some cases inversely correlated to some of the risks that investors face in their portfolio. So you're starting to see that light switch go on a little bit of, this may be a flight to safety in the face of debt and deficit accumulation, currency debasement, inflation, geopolitical disorder, all these types of other risks, right? And so that is the really important journey that a lot of our institutional and advisory clients are on.
So I guess the first question is, I've heard from some of you guys up here and from other people, a lot of the allocations that some of these advisors who are already in, not including the people who haven't approved it fully yet, is like a 2 to 3% allocation. So I guess my question would be, one, is that accurate? And two, when they're putting in their portfolio, are they understanding Bitcoin, or are they just looking at it as a portfolio diversifier? Are they looking at it as alternative investment? Do they see it as an aspiring store of value? Like, is it all of some advisors are viewing it different ways? Like, what are you guys seeing on your end? We'll start with you, Matt, I guess.
Yeah, I think we see all of those different approaches. So it is the case that it's 2.5%. I think the average Bitwise client is right around there. And I would say a few years ago, that was 1%. And I expect in a few years, it'll be closer to 5%, which is what looks really great when you optimize your portfolio. They're putting it in for different reasons. Many people are concerned about the dollar. Many people care about Bitcoin for the exact same reasons that a lot of people in this audience care about Bitcoin. And then other people are looking at it, like Robbie was mentioning, about a non-correlated asset that just improves the risk-adjusted returns of your portfolio. We see both of those paths, but increasingly we see the focus on the core fundamentals of Bitcoin. I think that resonates more and more with professional investors than it ever has before.
Jan, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, this crowd might not like this, but the way I look about Bitcoin is it's sort of like evolving and growing up, right? So maybe it's a teenager now. It's not fully formed because so many investor classes haven't really joined. I think the toughest allocation question I have, and I know a lot of individuals think about this as well, is why should I be selling Bitcoin? If I believe the super bull case, you know, why am I constantly selling into this bull market? I mean, we just came out with research that talked about a price close to $3 million a coin in the scenario where it's adopted as a reserve asset globally. Now, that's very speculative, and that would be extreme adoption. But that's where professional investors like us in our day jobs say, oh no, you've got to do mean variance optimization, you can't hold too much. And everyone I meet at Bitcoin conferences owns way more in their own portfolio. And I always say, wait a minute, I always want to tell people what I'm doing personally because they should know, right?
Well, what are you doing personally?
I'm like way over 30%.
Okay. Wow. All right. Anything to add?
Yeah, you walked into that one. You know, I think that the thing that is so important to watch is that trading correlation with equities, because you know through most of Bitcoin's life that was close to zero. That's really compelling for a lot of investors from a portfolio standpoint. For a couple of years post-COVID, when interest rates were driving every asset under the sun, it spiked to a pretty high level. If that comes down closer to zero, you're going to see that portfolio allocation case get a lot easier for some of the big institutional investors.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that breakdown. They over just the last couple of months, we've seen a huge divergence from the big tech names like Nvidia. And so you're saying that's a good thing in your view, even though it's a negative performance return. But
yeah, but it goes the other way too, right? And that's what's important.
Okay, just wondering, Matt. I mean, large cap tech right now, and I don't get way off balance, but the indices, the ETF industry follows passive indices, and all of these indices are chock full of the mega cap tech. How do you see Bitcoin evolving? Is it always just going to be outside of all the traditional indices and people that need to make up their own minds?
In terms of how
much they own, yeah.
I mean, I don't think MSCI is going to add it to its index of stocks. I think it's outside of that, but I think it'll fit into a portfolio context the same way other asset classes do. Right alongside stocks and bonds, you'll have your crypto allocation, and I think that's what we see.
So you're touching on model portfolios a little bit here. Model portfolios, for those that don't know, there's a lot of ETF model portfolios out there. They have hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in an exposure. And they basically have set target allocations to different ETFs. There are some that use mutual funds, some that do it directly. There are some model portfolios out there that are tilting into Bitcoin. Do you expect, I mean, for example, BlackRock is a big proponent of model portfolios. Are these Bitcoin ETFs going to end up in model portfolios at some point? And if so, do you have like a timeline, Robbie? Which I know you're not going to give me, but I got to ask.
Well, I think, it's a constant evaluation of the evolving characteristics around it, right? So these conversations happen on an ongoing basis, and it comes down to some of the dynamics that, I was just speaking about in terms of how does it interact with portfolio, correlations, demonstration of some of that risk hedging potential. And so all those things ultimately are going to form the basis on which, that either does or doesn't happen.
And then we kind of hinted on this a little bit.
Can I ask a question? Because BlackRock is so huge in this space. Do your allocators, your model, your multi-asset allocators, do they need to get client approval to add Bitcoin as a potential asset? And I assume they do. And what's the rate of adoption there amongst the clients of the allocation strategies?
Well, clients always have options to follow or to not, right? But the actual model construction process is fundamentally and research driven.
Right.
What do you think, Matt? When do you think these large model portfolios from the big banks are potentially going to add a Bitcoin? Do you think they're going to add a Bitcoin allocation at some point?
I mean, the first thing I would say is that within the advisor space, there's a lot of different models. You can have an individual RIA that runs the model for their 100 clients. And what we see at Bitwise is a lot of those independent advisors already putting a 2.5% to 5% allocation to Bitcoin in their portfolio. I mention that because that's the leading indicator, I think, of where these large platforms are going to go. Individuals can make their decision faster, quicker, and based on their own analysis. The platforms have to take time and run it through due diligence processes. But anyone who thinks they won't fit into big model portfolios doesn't remember how much changes in Bitcoin. 6, 7 months ago, we didn't have Bitcoin ETFs. We didn't have the GOP presidential nominee speaking at a Bitcoin conference. If you fast forward another 6 months, another 12 months, could it be in model portfolios at Morgan, at Wells? Of course it could. You have to remember how fast this market changes. A lot can happen in a very limited amount of time.
There's probably some people in the audience here that are like, great, ETF, buy my bags, pump the coin. There are others that are like, this is against the ethos, not my keys, not my coins. ETFs are centralizing things. What is your response to that, Jan? How do you handle that when you're talking to people that are true hardcore cypherpunk Bitcoiners?
I think that's a legitimate concern. All you can control, though, because I think the barn doors are open here, right? So, and as I mentioned before, already assets Bitcoin ETFs has started to become a significant part of the ecosystem. So listen, I think the fact is that in this world, index companies, the largest ones, control a lot of corporate America. That's a totally separate topic. But that's one our industry has been grappling with, especially with the ESG controversies of a couple of prior years. So I think it's gonna unfortunately be part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, but you can always self-custody.
Yeah.
Well, can I just address that, because there's a difference between owning assets on behalf of clients and control, right? And so that's something that increasingly at BlackRock there's been an effort to maximize the amount of, in effect, delegated voting to the ultimate owners of assets that we manage, right? I think it's a similar construct here where, this isn't proof of stake. Ownership does not confer control over a blockchain. And I think that when you look at what the ETFs have done, they've just given another avenue for different types of investors to access this. There'll always be a lot of the market, probably a majority of the market, that prefers actually to hold Bitcoin directly, either self-custodied or through a crypto native platform. But there's definitely a sizable part of the market, which we've seen in these incredible ETF flows, that prefers the convenience and simplicity of just holding in an ETF through their traditional brokerage account. And by the way, for large institutions, that is overwhelmingly the easier way for them to get access. It's a much, much lower hurdle for them to invest in Bitcoin versus figuring out how to do the trading, custody, et cetera, directly.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I was just going to make 2 points. First, there are things that we as ETF issuers can do to be positive actors in the ecosystem. At Bitwise, with BitB, we donate 10% of the proceeds from the ETF to open source developers. We publish our Bitcoin addresses so you can verify that we hold the Bitcoin that we say we do and not have to wait for an
Welcome
annual.
back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, underway behind me in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm joined by fellow editor Aaron Van Wertum for another special segment of what we're calling Bitcoin Basics. Of course, people coming here from around the world just learning about Bitcoin. His book, the latest from Bitcoin Magazine Books, the Genesis book, the story of the people and projects that inspired Bitcoin, on sale now at bitcoinmagazine.com. Aaron is going to explain the Bitcoin basics, and now P2P, I believe, is the subject.
Yes, peer-to-peer. So why is Bitcoin peer-to-peer? For this one, I'll start with a short story. So once upon a time, there was a file sharing system called Napster. Napster was very popular. People used Napster to download music, even if that music was copyrighted. Napster was partly peer-to-peer, but it was also a company. So there was a company, Napster, that operated the system, that ran the system, until Napster one day was shut down. Nowadays, we have a different file sharing system called BitTorrent. BitTorrent is fully peer-to-peer. What that means is that the users of the system also run the system. They share information with each other. There's no company, there's no central service. It is operated by the people that connect indeed peer-to-peer. Bitcoin was not the first digital cash system. There were other digital cash systems before Bitcoin. There was eCash, there was eGold, there was RPow. eCash, eGold, RPow were all digital cash systems, but they were also centralized, like a company. That meant that they could be shut down, and some of them were shut down. eCash shut down when the company went bankrupt, and eGold was effectively shut down by the US government. Today, we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin, more like BitTorrent, is purely peer-to-peer. It's operated by users on a network that share information with each other. There's no company, there's no central server, there's no bank, there's no one operating the system. It's just users connecting to each other peer-to-peer, so it cannot be shut down. What it also means is that everyone, every peer on the network, every user is essentially checking all the rules and keeping each other honest. So every node on the network, every user of Bitcoin on this peer-to-peer network is checking all the rules and keeping each other honest. To be part of this network, you need to run a full node. A full node is a part of the peer-to-peer network. If you run a full node, that's also the most secure way to use Bitcoin. If you run a full node, you keep track of everything that ever happened on the Bitcoin network, and you check all the rules when you receive a transaction, so you're sure that it's valid. So Bitcoin is peer-to-peer, so no one can cheat, and the system cannot be shut down. Back to Rizzo.
Aaron Van Werdum, the author of the very great, highly recommended The Genesis book from Bitcoin Magazine Books, will be back with another authors roundtable after a short break and a word from our sponsors. Keep it here at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be right back after this.
So, what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host again, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. People are pouring in the conference venue, Music City Center here in Nashville, Tennessee. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world is underway. We've got a great authors roundtable now with a new round of special guests. We've got to my left, Eric Kaysen, author of the excellent Crypto Sovereignty, and Jimmy Song, author of the just as excellent Fiat Ruins Everything. Obviously, guys, want to start with the packed lineup we have today. Hearing from a lot of headliners, Senator Bill Hagerty still to come, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Cynthia Lummis, Republican senator from Wyoming, and of course, it all leads to independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I know this panel has some thoughts and feelings about the nature of some of our headliners and the political leanings of this conference, so would love to hear from these Bitcoin veterans your thoughts on just the politicization of Bitcoin through this conference. Eric.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to say, fuck the state and fuck politicians. These people have destroyed our country through their immature and childish ideals that they believe they can spend money without any accountability. And this is why now 73% of all tax receipts go towards paying an unpayable amount of debt that is going to destroy our country. So I just want to be really clear that, like, doesn't matter if it's red or blue. Either one of them are going to lie to us and fuck us over in the end and destroy our country by not fixing the money. So I'm really happy that we have Bitcoin and that we can choose on our own to save our own families as opposed to allowing for this dumpster fire to destroy everything that we've tried to build and save for ourselves.
So, Jimmy, no positive thoughts, feelings about the senators who are joining us today, the politicians who want to engage with what they think is a constituency that could keep them elected?
No, I do like the fact that we have some pull and say, and all these people are sort of coming to this conference to sort of pay tribute to us, I suppose, with their time and so on. But I agree with Eric. There is sort of like this, you know, they think they could buy us off cheap. We're not cheap.
How expensive are we talking about?
We're pretty expensive. You're to get our vote, you're gonna actually have to give us something that we want. It's not just saying, oh, you know, blockchain technology, crypto, blah blah blah. No, that's actually going to make me not want to vote for you. And what we want is stuff like Bitcoin strategic reserve, right? Like that's like actually reversing what Nixon did in '71, right? Reversing the Nixon shock at least a little bit by having a reserve or something like that. That's what I want to see. What I'm seeing with these politicians is they're hoping to get off easy. Just say, okay, let's just say a few nice things about Bitcoin, and hopefully these people vote for me because they're single issue voters.
Let's talk about a specific politician, some of the specific nice things. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a little bit about his platform against CBDCs. He's anti the Fed. He sees Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation. He sees Bitcoin as a way to strengthen the dollar. He sees Bitcoin as freedom of transaction and freedom of speech. That's not appealing, Eric.
Look, it's not the fact that it's not appealing. It's about what happens once they get elected and what has happened to every single time that we have elected a politician that has made us promises about how we're going to get these radical changes that are going to change everything. And I'm very pedantic about do not vote. It does not change anything. It allows for you to believe that there could actually be change from this system when it's very clear that it has destroyed vast swaths of America. They take our money and use it to go kill brown people abroad who we've never met. They drone bomb them illegally and unconstitutionally. And it doesn't matter if it's a red or a blue party. Either one of them are going to extrajudicially murder people with your money, and you get no say in it whatsoever. And to me, that's the ethical thing that I'm absolutely done with, and why I love Bitcoin, is that this allows for me to withdraw my economic wealth from having anything to do with their system.
Let's zero in a specific case. RFK Jr. also said that he would pardon Ross Ulbricht, Donald Trump adopting that as part of his strategy. And for one man, this vote might be a case of freedom or continued confinement by the state.
And this is where the one place I'll make an exception. If you have the ethical capacity to go vote and not allow for yourself to become nauseous from that, you probably should vote for Trump, just because freeing Ross is a really, really important thing. And to be clear, I usually wouldn't say something like this, but
so with your permission, it's okay.
With my permission only, there is a possibility that could be an ethical thing. But with that being said, we all know that every promise that Donald Trump makes, he follows through on. So you guys should have a lot of faith in that him saying that he's going to free Ross Ulbricht will happen. So I think that's really important to remember. Trump has never lied to us, and he is a very upstanding
Jimmy,
individual.
why don't talk about your book, Fiat Ruins Everything? Obviously, the message there that the U.S. dollar is in decline. The U.S. dollar managed by the politicians, managed by some of the elected officials we'll see today. Your thoughts on our conversation with Eric?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see where Eric's coming from.
That was you're not a good book balancer, my
Yeah,
friend.
yeah, no. I see where Eric's coming from about voting and stuff like that, but I've changed my mind a little bit. Voting isn't that costly, right? It's you go to the ballot box and check something. Yeah, they might cheat or whatever, but at the very least, like you know, you're not giving them an excuse saying, okay, you don't have a say because you didn't vote or whatever. I think it can still be useful, especially for people like Ross.
Doesn't this say an important message about transactional freedom, right? That maybe transactional freedom isn't prioritized by the government today, and this could potentially shift the balance.
Well, it could, and it looks like it's happening more at sort of like the psychological level with propaganda and so on, and their media narratives, and you know, obviously everyone's seen that picture with Trump, and that's changed a whole bunch of things in the equation and so on. But the big thing is, as Bitcoiners, the priority that we have is much more long-term thing. It's not about, you know, the next election or whatever. It's a long-term thing, and you know, something like a Bitcoin strategic reserve is actually really important. This is like whatever politician manages to get that. This is a legacy-defining thing.
Let's
in
zone
the same way that,
on Bitcoin strategic reserve. 3 words, very captivating. What does this actually mean for people?
I think it means the United States, maybe even the Federal Reserve, has a reserve of Bitcoin to be able to keep the dollar's purchasing power good.
How does this fix the money that we have today?
Well, so it definitely gives it more of a backing. You know, and maybe eventually we get to some level of convertibility between the dollar and Bitcoin, something like that. But you know, a lot of central banks around the world have been gathering gold for a while, and you know, there's some hints from the BRICS, you know, a conglomeration of countries that they would have like maybe a gold-backed currency or whatever. There's going to be some sort of currency war just because the dollar is losing its prestige, largely because of the inflationary spending that's been going on, and sort of like the paper tiger that the U.S. military is being shown to be, and so on. There's a lot of vulnerability. The U.S. military is still fighting the last war. You know, there are all sorts of new technologies that have come on that they haven't really prepared for. There are like all sorts of weird ways in which you can use drones in warfare. It turns out that make it very difficult. So I don't know about U.S. supremacy permanently going forward.
The
So,
topic is
yeah.
Bitcoin strategic reserve. The idea here that the United States government would buy, hold, promote Bitcoin. Eric, is this appealing to you as an anarchist and someone who wants to see Bitcoin remove power from the state?
Absolutely not. I want them to be confused and not understand how or why Bitcoin works until it causes for hyperinflation to destroy the economy, and then Bitcoiners can choose kind of how we reorganize ourselves after that. But I think particularly having an executive branch in control of large swaths of Bitcoin without there being a clear or present way for how the keys are managed for that, how key rotation would be challenged and move forward with the change of administration. Like, there's a lot of stuff here that needs to get resolved before we can have a real conversation,
But
and
we
it's
already
really
have
pie
that.
in the sky.
We already have like nuclear codes and like nuclear footballs or whatever. That's multi-sig. Like I don't think it would be that difficult.
A lot of details to discuss. We have a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with these great authors. If you have time during the break, BitcoinMagazine.com, Bitcoin Magazine books, Fiat Ruins Everything, Crypto Sovereignty. Get the books now. We'll be right back.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
This is Mara, leaders in Bitcoin mining with global energy solutions and advanced proprietary technologies. Mara sets the digital gold standard. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, staying with the topic now of Bitcoin and politics, maybe adding a little bit of flavor now, talking about institutions will be a big topic today. We've got a great panel here. Eric Kaysen, author of Crypto Sovereignty, returning. Jimmy Song, author of Fiat Ruins Everything, now joined by Michelle Weekly, director of product development at Byte Federal. The topic, Larry Fink, the institutions that are coming to clean up, change, co-opt Bitcoin. Eric, your thoughts on this flight to quality that's come to Bitcoin with the institutions?
Larry Fink's a good guy who loves all of us and really wants to participate
He's basically
in building
Santa
a new
Claus,
system.
right? That we can.
He is. He's basically the banking Santa Claus. No, actually, I think the real truth is he's probably an evil individual who's trying to take over most of the institutions in the world through a financial perspective. And I think Bitcoin's a very dangerous thing, but they do believe that they can co-opt it, which they're making a very strong case that they could co-opt it if they make Bitcoin into a banker's play tool as opposed to peer-to-peer cypherpunk cash.
Michelle, your take, Larry Fink, a Bitcoin believer or not?
Oh, no way. We touched on this yesterday, the distinction between Bitcoin being cemented as like a digital gold versus a mode of transaction. And I think that they are pushing hard to make Bitcoin digital gold so they can regulate it into oblivion and use it as a tool to get rich.
But I've read Jimmy's book. I mean, it says digital gold in there. Bitcoin is digital gold. Gold is in the history of money, something that protects people from inflation. Digital gold is a good narrative, no?
I think it is, but the fact that these bankers and stuff are coming in, you can kind of
I
tell
want
just
you guys
by
to picture Larry Fink right there. And
Yeah.
just really, just right there. Just
all right.
listen to me,
I'll face the camera. Okay. Yeah. No. That all of these people that are coming in, the bankers and stuff like that. You just listen to them. Like they're telling you exactly who they are, right? They're saying stuff like Web3 and blockchain technology,
Tokenization,
and crypto, and all that stuff. 2015 called. They want their narrative back, right? Like this has been going on for 9 years, and these people think that they're being innovative or they're using the word salad from like
Jimmy,
7 years
BlackRock
ago.
has bought 320,000 Bitcoin. What more do you want them to do? You said earlier on the desk, America should buy and hold Bitcoin. Well, Larry Fink is doing that. What's wrong with that?
Larry Fink is doing that on behalf of all of these pensions and so on, so he can influence it and so on. I really don't like the fact that all of these people are invited to speak. I mean, Industry Day, right before my panel, were 4 panels on banking and ETF and the BlackRock guy. I'm like, this is totally against the spirit of what we're all about. And my panel was on like make Bitcoin in America great again. And we're talking about values. It's like these people are the antithesis of our values. Shitcoiners are the antithesis of our values. All of these people that are trying to come in and co-opt it and make money for themselves and scam people. This is the antithesis of our values.
Jimmy, where's the disconnect? I'll read a quote. Step 1 in the revolution of financial markets. I mean, this is what Larry Fink is saying. Isn't that what you've said?
I have, but on Bitcoin, not Ethereum ETF. He was like having an orgasm on stage about the Ethereum ETF. Like this, that is not what we're about. Like we want people to have self-sovereignty over their own money. An ETF vehicle is not that. Now, it might be a step. Maybe it helps people get on board and eventually they go to like a Bitcoin only exchange like Swan or River or something like that, and then like custody their own keys. Maybe it's good in that way. But for the most part, all of these players are here to play more financial games. They just want to have more financial playthings where they can get 20 basis points off of trades and be the shovel seller to the shitcoin gold rush.
But isn't this part of adoption? Don't people learn at their own pace? Don't people have to go through the pitfalls of embracing different narratives?
No, I don't think so. I think this has always been sort of like the big tension in this community about altcoins is that, altcoins get people into Bitcoin. No, they don't, right? Altcoins teach people how to gamble and trade and get wrecked. And the only people that I've seen become Bitcoiners after altcoin is when they've like absolutely crashed really hard and then they're like, okay, I finally see it. And this is not how adoption works. You don't get to just say Bitcoin like 20 times and people get it. You have to actually understand what the underneath stuff is all about. And all of these people that are coming in now, they're all noobs. They don't understand it. They haven't read the Bitcoin standard, or maybe they have, but they don't really understand it. I mean, you really need to study this stuff and have some freaking humility about what's going on, instead of like preaching to us like as if we're the ones that need the teaching. Which is essentially what happened yesterday with all these like banking and ETF and BlackRock panels. Oh, what do you think, Larry Fink, about what's going on? We don't need your advice. You need ours.
Strong words for Mr. Larry Fink, CEO of BlackRock, world's largest corporation and holder of Bitcoin now. Michelle, your thoughts on Jimmy's statement?
I agree with Jimmy largely. I think, there's one narrative that it's good for adoption, but it actually creates a massive amount of confusion, because you're buying Bitcoin, or they're buying into the ETF because you want Bitcoin exposure. So it's on your radar, but you probably have absolutely no concept of self-custody, and the ETFs are disincentivized to teach that, right? So is it good for adoption? It's good for awareness, but that's not the same as adoption.
So what would you say to the average person maybe watching who holds the Bitcoin ETF? They bought IBIT. They're happy. They've seen some gains. Their life has improved. They've exited the financial system in their view. Is that incorrect, Eric?
That is incorrect, because very similar to in 1933, how people had gold in the bank and they were like, man, my gold is doing super good with the stock market having collapsed and everything. FDR announced Executive Order 6102 that actually seized all gold, both in bank accounts in the United States and from private holdings of individuals. So people actually found that gold that they owned was actually just a receipt towards that ownership.
Doesn't Larry Fink know this history of money? I mean, are you?
Yeah,
would you presume
I
that
do believe that Larry Fink does know that, and that is exactly why he is carrying it out in this methodology, because he knows that he owns the Bitcoin, not his customers. And this is really important to understand, because if you are buying your Bitcoin through the IBIT ETF or something else, you're actually allowing for Larry Fink to use your money for him to privately hold your Bitcoin, so that when the federal government does decide it's time for individuals not to be able to own Bitcoin anymore, Larry Fink gets to have all of that Bitcoin, not you. And this is why controlling your own keys is so important.
Well, the bigger scam that they're going to run is they're like all these Wall Street bros are all into these like altcoins and stuff like that. That is always the play, right? Yes, that is an existential risk with the Bitcoin, because you might not get it, right? Like there's going to be some seizure or some crazy custody event or something like that, and that's always a risk if you have it in these ETFs.
Well, let's talk about exiting from the U.S. financial system. All Bitcoin hodlers and users here, obviously you're using U.S. dollars still today, right? The network is not the entirety of your financial life, or is it, Jimmy?
I mean, I do have a lot of Bitcoin that I use, but to hold, but I paid off like sort of. There are not enough merchants that are taking it, so I can't live on a Bitcoin standard. I do convert, but I mean, I do the best I can. I think that's probably what a lot of people in this community end up doing, is they have their wealth in Bitcoin, and then they either earn enough cash or they convert as they need.
So how does Larry Fink exit the fiat financial system that he is so much a part of?
I don't think he does.
Yeah, he's not going to.
I mean, he's going to try to keep it going, or I mean, if you do have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I suppose that
so why does that help the United States exit from its own problems?
Well, the industrial base has completely collapsed in the United States since 1971. If you go back on a Bitcoin standard, you bring some of that back, because you got some equivalency. Some you don't have this labor advantage by going to these third world countries and so on.
But a real Bitcoin standard includes like not rehypothecating. They're going to start rehypothecating Bitcoin, and they're going to do the same thing with the Bitcoin and the ETFs that they're doing with the dollars in the bank, and that's the biggest risk.
Well, what signs will we see if there are people at home who, buying into this theory, they want to participate in this revolution, this opting out? What do they look for?
Well, they should be holding their own Bitcoin in cold storage.
Eric?
Yeah, you need this is the thesis of my book, Crypto Sovereignty. The only way that you are going to have true sovereignty over your Bitcoin is if you understand cryptography and why and how that actually functionally protects you.
A great topic, because we'll have on stage in just a few hours Phil Zimmerman, maybe one of the founders of the cypherpunk movement. He'll be on stage talking about his work with PGP. Jimmy, Eric, Michelle here. The topic is institutions coming, the culture that we're trying to preserve. Maybe someone can talk about Phil's work, cryptography, and how it can help in this war that we're fighting.
Well, he's a veteran of that war.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Phil Zimmerman more than anybody else probably is responsible for winning the first crypto wars that happened in the 1990s, where most people don't know that, but cryptography was actually classified as a munition under U.S. legal codes for a while. So if you had cryptography on you, it was the same as you owning a grenade or a bomb. And so by Phil Zimmerman essentially publishing the PGP key protocol, distributing that to people, teaching them about how pretty good privacy works. They printed on T-shirts and had a whole campaign of resistance. This went all the way to, I believe it was the Supreme Court, at least the Ninth Circuit Court, where they ruled that it turns out that actually you do have a right to be able to use encryption technology to protect yourself. And that rolled back the munition laws. And so that was the first real case that we had in the United States proving that people had a right to privacy using cryptography. And that's because it's such a powerful tool that if I do have my information encrypted in a way that I know it is securely encrypted, there isn't going to be a way for anybody to spy on, surveil, or know or understand how much Bitcoin I have, where it's stored, and what I'm doing with it.
Well, what are those lessons? We're talking about the crypto wars now, maybe heading into a crypto war too, maybe against the Larry Fink. What are the lessons that you expect Phil to speak about or that you would want to share, Jimmy, Michelle?
Well, so I did talk to him several times about his experience, and I think like you have to understand this was a big trial for him and his family. It was not easy, and you know,
this is a person who was persecuted by the state,
yeah,
much in the same way as Ross.
and this is one of the reasons why we think Satoshi Nakamoto was anonymous. He saw what happened to Phil Zimmerman and did not want that to happen to him. And obviously we still don't know who Satoshi Nakamoto is to this day, and that was part of it. And you know, it's going to be a battle at some point. And I don't know what the fight's going to look like or where it's going to happen. It might happen in the political sphere. It might happen sort of like in the trenches with like individuals and you know, black markets and things like that. I'm not sure, but we do have to prepare, and there's going to be some persecution coming.
Michelle, can you take us maybe into that time, that place, and how it relates to where we're at now for the people at home?
The time of
the cypherpunks in the 1990s and the crypto wars.
Yeah, so it's an interesting comparison. You know, cypherpunks write code, and that brought us to Bitcoin. You know, we got Bitcoin kind of came out of that movement. I think there's a lot of parallels, and that Jimmy's right. We're going to see another fight. So we won the battle of free speech, but now we have to defend free speech because that's under attack as well. And I think that that's probably the next battle. It's the next attack vector. Is classifying what we can and can't say, and you know how that, if the code isn't how it's interpreted. That makes sense.
Well, a lot of it right now is based around like these centralized players, right? And this is where we can kind of take our sovereignty back. You have protocols like Nostr where you can't. There's nobody to go after, right? Like you can try to take down relays or whatever, but they can pop up like you know, a Hydra. You cut one off and like 10 spawn or whatever. And this is a really important thing about this movement is that it is a decentralized movement. We're all self-sovereign, and it's not you know, players like Facebook or Twitter or Google that control all your data. It really is about you taking responsibility for yourself, and that's the other side of the equation that I think a lot of people don't really get yet, and why ETFs and things appeal to them so much. They don't know how to take care of their own stuff. Generally, the people in this community are very high agency, very high willpower. And part of that is, okay, I want to take care of my own stuff. You can't just declare that. You also need to have the discipline and skills to like go and actually learn how to do all that stuff so you can actually take care of your own stuff. The freedom comes with responsibility, and you need both. And you can't just have one without the other.
Of course, much more from everyone on the panel here on BitcoinMagazine.com. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors. We'll be right back. Bitcoin Magazine at the live desk here at Bitcoin 2024. Much more to come.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
The first.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I'm your reporter on the ground, Q, and I'm joined by none other than Bitcoin Ben, influencer and educator. How has the conference been treating you, and what are you most excited for today on day one of GA Day?
I'm excited about the people. This place is packed. We have get out. We have thousands and thousands of people here. Some of them are a little wild and crazy. Some of them not. That's okay.
All right, and obviously we have a bunch of people who are, first-time viewers, first-time introduced into Bitcoin because of a lot of these politicians. 30 seconds or less. Tell them what you want them to know about Bitcoin.
Walk slow. Take your time. Educate yourself on why you need Bitcoin. Then you buy it and go all in. That is not financial advice.
Thank you so much, Bitcoin Ben. Back to you guys at the news desk.
Let's use Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, your hosts. The panel we've got Eric Kaysen, author of Crypto Sovereignty, Michelle Weekly, director of product development at Byte Federal, Jimmy Song, author of Fiat Ruins Everything. The topic just before this was institutions coming to Bitcoin, the centralization, the fear of a crypto war. Two, we're going to talk about now the war on privacy. The subject of the newest Bitcoin magazine on newsstands now, the privacy issue. Founders and CEO of the cryptocurrency mixing service, Bitcoin mixing service, Samurai, arrested and extradited, being prosecuted right now in the Southern District of New York. We're talking, of course, about William Hill and Keone Rodriguez and the significance of their case to the Bitcoin industry and the fight that we were discussing. Eric, your take on the Samurai case. Why should people out there be involved? Why should they be following?
Because the government doesn't have a right to steal your fucking privacy. Like, there are actual Fourth and Fifth Amendments that are supposed to limit the government's authority, and they like to disobey it repeatedly, constantly, and consistently. They make it very clear that you don't actually have any rights. So it's really important that you use and understand cryptography in the way that allows for you to actually hold self-sovereignty and make it so that when the government does come to you and demand that you give them your information, you can give them encrypted information and tell them that if they want anything outside of that, they can go fuck themselves and talk to your lawyer. It makes me really angry at the way that we continually allow for our rights to be violated and we don't fight back in any meaningful way. And again, this is what returns me both to Bitcoin and Nostr, is that we finally have ways to actually speak out, be able to protect our privacy, make sure that we can be censored and protect ourselves. But it's only if we take the responsibility to use this technology in a thoughtful and meaningful way and not allow for that responsibility to be put on centralized services that will give over our data willingly and actively to the US government. So I think it's really important that people understand that right now there are two developers who, for simply making a piece of software, they're being prosecuted by the US government in the most tyrannical way, and they were abducted while they were abroad doing that. This is sickening that we allow for our government to do this kind of garbage.
Let's talk about the specifics of Samurai. Michelle, Jimmy, can you take us into the technical details? Why shouldn't they be facing time behind bars?
Well, I mean, they operated a Whirlpool server and allowed for coin joins and so on. I mean, like Eric said, this is creating software. It's kind of unprecedented that you're getting arrested for creating software. I suppose, you know, Phil Zimmerman is the precedent, but obviously he won, and there is precedent that you shouldn't be arrested for creating software. The bigger issue here and the root cause of all this is the growth of the administrative state, because there's no congressional legislation saying like you can't have coin join services. There's nothing like that. The administrative state has grown by leaps and bounds, and largely they just sort of make up their own rules. And this was why the Chevron deference ruling in the Supreme Court was so huge, because all this time, all these agencies just sort of made up rules on their own, and all these courts had to just sort of like defer to them and say, okay, well, you regulatory body decided to persecute this person, and we can't really say that you did it illegitimately. You kind of claim that power for yourself, and that's okay. This is how the administrative state keeps growing and grabbing power, and this is ultimately due to the fact that we have fiat money, right? Like they're being fed this stuff, and all these bureaucrats want more power, more headcount, more people in their corner so that they can defend their turf or whatever. And this is directly the result of fiat money, and we can't have that.
Michelle.
Well, I'm sorry. So they're being charged with under like AML regulation, which is a result of the Bank Secrecy Act. And that is actually a bigger problem. People are yelling all the time about the Patriot Act. And one thing that I've learned, unfortunately, since I started working in the industry and I had to go through my government-sponsored AML KYC training, is that the BSA is actually far more dangerous than the Patriot Act. It actually sets the precedent that allows for all of that bullshit. And it is the reason that we're subject to all the AML KYC shit. And they're not saying you can't write code, which is of course ridiculous, but what they're saying is you can't not have a proper AML policy. And this is a global problem, and people need to be aware of it.
Jimmy, of course, appealing to the law, maybe appealing to litigation. We've seen a bipartisan effort to raise awareness of this issue. Cynthia Lummis, who will be on the stage later, writing a letter of support in the Samurai wallet case. Isn't this good that politicians are hearing us on this and trying to resolve the issue?
Oh, I'm always for people that are trying to protect our rights. And I will support you as long as you are protecting my natural rights. And obviously Cynthia Lummis and the staff there that are writing these letters, I'm glad that they're doing that. But we need much more than that, right? Like that, we need to stand up for it. And the thing that's discouraged me about the American public's willingness to stand up for their own rights is what happened in COVID in 2020. Basically, everyone got locked down for a year, and nobody really, could do anything about it. I mean, the U.S. was less bad than a lot of other countries, but it was global in scope, which is very, very disturbing.
Well, speaking of that global scope, we're talking about the Samurai case right now, the prosecution by the state of New York of open source code developers. Want to talk about Tornado Cash, Alexei Pertsev, co-founder of that crypto anonymity tool, currently behind bars in the Netherlands. What precedent does that case set, and is this the same, right? Is Tornado Cash the same as Samurai? Should we be fighting for Tornado Cash as well, Eric?
Absolutely. I mean, to me, this is one of the places where we need to actually set aside some of our differences and have solidarity and understanding that even though Tornado Cash is an Ethereum tool, that there might be some core disagreements about how that specific asset is being utilized, that this comes down to about how cryptography operates and functions and what it means for developers to use cryptography and publish code that they can utilize for things like Tornado Cash. So it's quite similar to the Samurai Dev case, and I think that this is a place that I'd really love to see the whole industry rally around. And I think there has been pretty good solidarity around that, but we need to continue to make sure that we have a broad front that allows for all of us to work together to make it so that we can have the tools that allow for us to be empowered to make choices about our privacy.
Of course, winding down now, about to send it back to the main stage. Jimmy, Michelle, your thoughts on the Samurai case, lasting lessons you can leave with the audience.
Well, let me just say something about the Tornado Cash thing. And I get that, you know, we're all in this together or whatever. I really don't feel that. And the thing is with Ethereum, what they're going to do once that doesn't work, or if it does work or whatever, is get the Ethereum core devs to comply with whatever AML KYC that they want. And that's ultimately what's going
You're
to
saying
happen.
simply because he uses an alternative cryptocurrency, another tool of cryptography that moves money, he should be in jail because of
No, I'm not saying that he should be in jail. I'm just saying that they're way more vulnerable, and it's like the AML KYC that they're trying to implement on that is inevitable because it's a centralized project, whereas Bitcoin is not.
Michelle, your last thoughts?
I have to disagree with that. I mean, the federal government unfortunately does not yet distinguish between Bitcoin and other altcoins, shitcoins. They're all regulated as digital assets. So until that distinction is made categorically from all of the alphabet agencies, either we burn them down or we have to band together and save the developers. I have a developer on my team who was like, should I be worried about like some of the products that we're building and the features they have? And that's just absurd. So
a short sample of the conversation to come. Of course, we'll be live in the news desk all day. Keep it fixed on X, YouTube, and Rumble. If you get a chance, go to bitcoinmagazine.com. Pick up the privacy issue, talking about the Samurai case, the importance of William Hill, Keanu Rodriguez, and their freedom. We'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, your host, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, joined now by Frank Corva, Bitcoin Magazine lead business reporter. Just got off a panel on the industry stage here. So the packed crowds, topic was really with the original Layer 2, the Lightning Network. Want to talk about what's going on in this innovation in this area and what businesses are doing to make Bitcoin a usable method of payment. Frank.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had 3 different panelists on that panel. We had Roy from Breeze, who's making it easier to integrate Lightning into everyday apps, not just creating Lightning-specific apps. We had Evan from Zeus, and we had Des from Thunder Games. So to speak to what Des does, so when you use Thunder Games, THNDR, so not fully spelled out, no vowels there. When you use Thunder Games, you can actually earn Bitcoin for playing the games. And what's amazing about this is Thunder is also trying to sort of incorporate education into what they do. So they actually teach you, once you sort of earn the Bitcoin in the game, they then teach you how to transfer it over into a non-custodial wallet, something like Zeus. Like I said, Evan was one of the other panelists that we had, the creator of Zeus. But I think the overarching theme was that Lightning, we need more adoption, and we need to do this in a way where it's not necessarily orange pilling people, pushing them to use it. One, making it easier to use and giving them more of a reason to use it.
We'll just back up. What is Lightning for the people at home who are curious, right? Maybe coming from other alternative cryptocurrency communities. This is a layer on top of Bitcoin. It takes the Bitcoin that we use and hold, and it allows it to move with different properties, correct?
Yeah, it's a great question. So maybe one of the best ways to think about it, if we were to create an analogy, we could think about it like, so we have a base layer of money, our dollars, and then maybe we use something like Visa on top of it. So the best way to think about Lightning is maybe the payments network for Bitcoin. We can use Bitcoin itself as a payments network if we wanted to. It's a little bit slower, though. It takes a few blocks to confirm, which means it usually takes upwards of maybe 20 to 40 minutes for a transaction to fully process. But on Lightning, it's instantaneous. So payments can happen almost quicker than something like Visa or MasterCard, or just about the same time. Yeah, it happens a little bit more quickly. Without diving into the technical details, this is something that's been in the works, being built on Bitcoin for the past 6.5 years or so.
Right, I was just going to say, Lightning, 6 years old, a lot of excitement when it came out, but still a lot of excitement today. We've seen David Marcus, former higher up at PayPal and Facebook, really say that this is what he's going to bet the future of his career on. Can you talk a little bit about that excitement from the vision standpoint as you're dealing with the implementation issues on the ground?
Yeah, it's a great question. David Marcus and the team at Lightspark, it's a very interesting case in that they were at Facebook when they were building DM. I don't know if any listeners or watchers remember that. DM was a currency that Facebook was actually trying to create. It never actually came to fruition, so the project got abandoned for a bunch of reasons, some of which were regulatory, and they walked away from it. But now David Marcus, I think he's creating amazing technology with a lot of the crew that was working on DM too. So he was there at Facebook, but he has a lot of actual technical engineers that were working on it. More than that, what's super exciting is that he seems to have really become a Bitcoin believer. He's not just building on it out of convenience or, I guess we'll try Bitcoin now. He really does believe in it as this global settlement network.
Do you have an idea or a sense of really just how big the average Lightning startup is? What are they focusing on? Maybe you can talk about the different areas where these companies are innovating.
Yeah, it's a great question. In terms of how big, I think there's a lot of different ways to mention that. What I do notice with Lightning startups is there's not one that's necessarily trying to cover the whole scope. So for example, if you're creating a Lightning wallet, you're probably just focused on that. You're not necessarily trying to create a Lightning wallet or something like an SDK, which allows maybe non-Lightning apps to use something like Lightning's for payments on it. So imagine like Spotify allowed you to stream sats to someone. That's what some other builders are building. In terms of size, I would say teams are anywhere between maybe 3 people to 20 people. Obviously millions of dollars invested in these ventures. Yeah, and I think what a lot of them are doing are just trying to find out what human behavior looks like. What do people want to use Lightning for? Where is the uptake? Do they like playing games and earning Bitcoin with it? Are they using these wallets for certain things? When they travel, are they using it in the States? They're just paying attention to all these metrics and making adjustments as they see fit.
Of course, 20,000 people from around the world pouring into the venue now, some of them looking for jobs, asking themselves whether they could see a career in the Bitcoin industry, maybe in the Lightning space. Maybe we can just broaden out.
Yep.
What kind of jobs are available? The companies that you're talking to, what are they hiring for?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Companies are hiring for all different things. So whether you're a good writer, maybe you're a good technical writer, or you're good at sort of maybe conveying things like an educator, you can absolutely, there's people who are looking for work like that. Obviously, I think developers are always highly sought after. If you're a skilled developer, that's important. But I can't speak for every founder and what they're hiring for. I can say that if you do feel that you have a certain skill and that you're interested in working in Bitcoin, one of the best things to do is just simply start doing some work, start showing your proof of work online, so that if a company is looking for someone with your skill set to find them, them, they already see you doing that work and make it much easier for them to come along and maybe scoop you up to help them out.
Of course, more of Frank's great reporting on BitcoinMagazine.com. You can head there. We'll have more of his insight and analysis as we talk about what's on stage today at Bitcoin 2024. Now a short word from another sponsor.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions and recycling data center heat to warm communities.
Today. Peace.
All right. We are back with another announcement of an announcement.
If you know, you know.
Up next, we have Nick Newman from KASA.
Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. So for years now, KASA has been synonymous with Bitcoin security. We built the first Bitcoin multisig that was easy to use, the first plug-and-play Bitcoin node, the first easy way to use the Lightning Network, the first Bitcoin inheritance plan, and earlier this year, the first Bitcoin inheritance plan that's actually easy for your family to use. We've been in the business of changing the game. And today we've got another one for you, and I'm super excited about it. And so I want to start by just showing you a picture of my desk. Now, let's be real, I'm a Bitcoiner. This is my actual desk. I've got cables and shit coming out of everywhere. But let's just pretend this is my nice, clean desk. What do you notice? Well, there's this ledger on it. And let's use a little spy movie tech to zoom in here. Computer, enhance. Thank you. So what do you notice about this ledger? We'll zoom in one more time here. Are you getting it? It's a little unusual. It's still in the shrink wrap. It's unopened. Can't tell you how many people I've talked to who are in this exact situation. They buy a ledger, they've got it sitting on their desk, unopened, waiting to be used for months, if not years. Why do they do this? It's because hardware wallets are hard to use. Too many people are afraid to use hardware wallets. When you first set it up, the first thing you got to do is write down this seed phrase, figure out a place to store it. Then you got to, every time you update the firmware, you have to make sure you've got your seed phrase or else you're going to lose all your Bitcoin. The whole time you're looking at this tiny screen, clicking these janky buttons. It's just not a great experience. And this isn't a problem just for people who are new to this space. It's a problem even for people who have been using hardware wallets for years. I talked to somebody who set up a hardware wallet in 2016, put some Bitcoin on it, hasn't touched it since. They're too afraid that if they touch their hardware wallet, they're going to lose all their Bitcoin. And so I wanted to do a little show and tell just to go through the experience of what it's like to use a hardware wallet. This is what it's like to use a ledger to sign a transaction through KASA. So the first thing we do is we give you 6 steps to make sure you're not going to mess something up before you even get started. Then you start doing things on the actual ledger itself. You're clicking around, verifying some security stuff. Nobody really knows what they're doing at some of these steps, especially when you're verifying some of these keys. So success. So why are people still, oh, sorry, I forgot we have more. Okay, we'll just give it a second here. Yeah, still going. Hey, we're done. That was at 2x speed. It actually took me double that amount of time when I was filming this video, but I had to shorten it so that my presentation would fit into the time I have. I don't mean to be dunking on Ledger. I had no idea that they were putting Ledger right before me. My Stacks is in the mail, so maybe that thing's going to blow my mind. But this is an equal opportunity problem for all the hardware wallets, right? Hardware wallet UX is just difficult. And for a lot of people, they're too scary to use. But this is a problem. Because private keys are freedom technology. And this is where Ledger and I agree. Private keys have the power to change the world, to give people control over what matters most to them. Your money, your identity, your communication, your personal data and files. All of these are the most important things in your digital life, and for the first time ever, you can control them using private keys. But that only works if people feel comfortable using the private keys. So in our quest to make it easier to use private keys, we looked at the 2 different types of ways to store keys today. You've got cold keys. This is like a ledger. It's stored on an offline device, never touches the internet. It's more secure, but it's also more difficult to use. Then you've got hot keys stored on something like a phone. It's always connected to the internet. It's less secure, but it can be a lot easier to use. And everybody just always thinks these are the 2 ways you have to store keys. But the KASA team was thinking about this, and we're like, why isn't there a different way, a third way? We need something that has the offline storage of a cold key, but the simplicity when you actually go to use the key of a hot key. Something that when you combine it with a multi-key vault like you can have with KASA, it just provides the perfect balance between simplicity and security. And so we looked for a device that has proven security, that's simple in design, ideally been vetted for years of use by tons of people around the world. And it turns out there's a great one. But it's never been able to use Bitcoin or protect Bitcoin keys. We wanted to think about what can be unburdened by what has been. And so today, I'm incredibly excited that for the first time ever, you can use a YubiKey to store your Bitcoin keys. This is a game changer for Bitcoin security. The KASA team has been testing this over the last few weeks, and it's amazing how much simpler this is to use than a hardware wallet like I was showing you in that video. It's got this perfect balance between the offline security of cold keys, the simplicity when you're actually using it of hot keys. And so we had to think of what's a good name for this type of key, because it doesn't really fit in either category. Of course, we decided to call it a cool key. YubiKeys are used by more than 20 people worldwide. They're secure, they're simple, it's super nice to use. And so I'm just going to show you what it looks like now instead of trying to tell you. So this is what it looks like to sign a KASA vault transaction with a YubiKey. Remember the 6 steps for Ledger? There's 1 for YubiKey, plug it in. Then you're going to initialize the transaction with a tap. And then you'll type in a PIN. So the PIN protects you against somebody stealing the actual YubiKey. And then you finish it with a tap. And you're done. It's incredibly easy, much faster, and honestly, as we've been testing this, it just feels great and amazing that this is actually using Bitcoin and Bitcoin self-custody. Amazing engineering and design innovation went into making this work because passkeys are what this uses under the hood, and that is not easy to actually work with, and we've done a ton of work to make this feel really simple. The KASA team is the best in the world at this, and they're so good, this is going to be available today for all KASA members. So look, hardware wallets are great for a certain type of person, and the new Ledger devices look amazing, but if we're going to get everyone in the world using Bitcoin, using self-custody, we have to meet people where we're at. So KASA tries to start people simple, on a simple end of the spectrum, and then as they need secure more Bitcoin, as they get further down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, we graduate them to higher levels of security with more secure devices. So how does this work under the hood? To run through this really quick, we start with the Bitcoin key. We're encrypting it with a passkey from the YubiKey, and then storing the Bitcoin key on the YubiKey. So you actually get cold storage of the Bitcoin key. It's not like it's stored on a server unlocked by a YubiKey somewhere. And then when you actually go to sign with the key, the YubiKey today cannot perform Bitcoin signature transactions. So we decrypt the Bitcoin key, and then it sends it to the KASA software, which signs with it locally and then throws away the key. And so I'm sure that some people's response to this will be, well, this requires a lot of trust in KASA. This doesn't feel like it's the right way to handle this. And I agree, it does require more trust in KASA, but we're Bitcoiners. We don't trust, we verify. So today, we're announcing that for the first time ever, we'll be open sourcing KASA's device signing and key generation library. This includes the YubiKey code, so you can verify everything we're doing is perfectly safe. And this has all been through an external security audit with Halborn to make sure that it's rock solid from a security perspective. So we're excited about this because you can use a YubiKey to store your Bitcoin with KASA. But we're also excited about it because the YubiKey is a great device for securing other areas of your life. You can secure your Apple ID, your Google account, your X account, your Exchange accounts with 2FA, all of these in one device, and now you can store your Bitcoin with it too. So today, if you want to see how this all works and you want to see a demo, we've got a meeting room set up. It's outside the Expo Center, and down the hall, we're able to have a little bit more of a private space to meet with people. It's meeting room 202, and we're running 2 inheritance workshops today at 11:30 and 2:30. So come by, meet the team, and join those workshops to learn about some of the legal and security aspects of Bitcoin inheritance. So like I said at the beginning, KASA has been synonymous with Bitcoin security for the last 6 years. When you think KASA, you think Bitcoin security. And when you hold Bitcoin with KASA, we just realized that you have to think about so much more than just the security of that Bitcoin itself. You have to think about what happens to my Bitcoin if I die. You have to think about protecting yourself against SIM swaps, about protecting the accounts that you have online against hackers, because all of this supports the security of your Bitcoin. And so this is a day that I've been excited about for a really long time, because today is the day that we unveil a big step from on our path from KASA being about Bitcoin security to KASA being about security for Bitcoiners. And you might be thinking, Nick, you just reversed the order of the words. What's the big deal here? It's a big deal because security for Bitcoiners means that KASA isn't just a place you store your Bitcoin. We're not just another multi-sig. We're helping you think about how to use private keys, and we're giving you tools to use private keys to secure everything important in your life, your money, your identity, your files, your communication. We're helping you think about all this and secure yourself so that you can focus less on plugging security holes and less on anxiety about bad things that might happen and more on the world's scarcest currency, which is the time that you spend with the people you love doing the things that you love. So this is our invitation to join us on our mission to make private keys simple and safe for everyone in the world to use to make their lives better and more secure. Thank you. Have a great rest of your conference.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I'm your reporter on the ground, Q, and I'm joined by none other than Neil Jacobs, co-founder of FOMO 21. Now, Neil, we were just talking about the fact that you and I have gone for a four-peat. This is our fourth straight Bitcoin conference. How has it changed? How has it grown from B21 to here we are in Nashville?
Yeah, so the last 3 years has been in Miami. Bitcoin 2021 was insane. We were at like the height of the bull market, right?
And lockdowns.
And lockdowns, but you know, they left California and they're like, we're coming to Miami, and that was great. But moving to Nashville, I love the city. This has been amazing so far. I was here since the last 2 days. I came to Industry Day yesterday. If you're not here, get out here. It's great, and it has the energy of a full-on bull market, and it might be one of the biggest conferences I've ever been at.
Oh, absolutely. There's expected more than 20,000 people in Nashville coming in. Later today, we'll have RFK Jr. speaking. Tomorrow, we have Donald Trump. What are you most excited for to see over the course of the next couple of days?
Oh my, just all the amazing people. I'm sure there's certain celebrities that are coming we don't even know about. I mean, it's cool to be surprised, and obviously just hanging out with everyday Bitcoiners. Like, you realize why you're in this space when you come here.
Guys, if you are not subscribed to the channel, smash that subscribe button down below. Back to you, Pete Rizzo.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and of course, a new power panel to discuss the hot topics at the conference today as people pour in from around the globe. Lines as far as you can see here at Music City Center. My new panel on the far left, Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot. To his right, Morgan Richard, Financial Planner, Origin Wealth. Did I get that right? Origin
Wealth.
And Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Of course, a big topic at this conference is Bitcoin versus the traditional financial system. Why don't lead with some headlines here? You know, launched in 2009, Bitcoin has appreciated. First recorded price, 7/10,000ths of a cent. You could argue the Bitcoin is up 9.2 billion% over that time against the dollar, and the U.S. dollar has collapsed against the U.S. dollar. Or sorry, Bitcoin has surged against the dollar. Pierre, your thoughts on just this phenomenon that we've witnessed with Bitcoin?
It is a phenomenon, and no other asset has performed like this over 15 years, starting from zero and getting to a $1 trillion market cap. And I think that it's really based on the fundamentals of the system that attract new users, attract adoption. And it happens in waves, right? Because people are social animals, and so they get pulled into the mania. But we have to keep in mind what is behind the system, which is that you've got open source software that is, for the first time in human history, creating finite scarcity, only 21 million Bitcoin. And then on top of that, you have a transactional system that's global, 24/7, censorship resistant, and digital, and cash. And you've never had electronic cash before. So you put those two together, and it really should be no surprise that Bitcoin has skyrocketed like this. And as long as those two stay in place, which I don't see any reason why that's going to change over the coming decades and centuries, then Bitcoin's going to continue on this trajectory.
Morgan, you're a financial planner. People are coming to you asking about whether maybe they should invest in Bitcoin. What kind of questions do they bring now? Has that changed during your time as a financial planner?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we see people all the time who they want to know how much Bitcoin, how much should we own?
They just want to know how much
they just want to know. It's the number one question is like, how much Bitcoin should I own? And it's funny too, because prior to Bitcoin being a main feature of my practice, it was always how much house can I afford? So it's kind of nice to see it shift from a consumption item to a savings technology, where people's minds are at. And you know, it's a hard question to answer because it's so dependent on people's specific financial situations. And so we try to spend a lot of time with people, getting to know them and getting to know what's important to them. And I encourage anybody, whether you work with a financial planner or not, to do that, to spend the time getting really clear on your goals, where your life wants to go, what you think you need over the short term, what you need over the long term. And then from there, you can really make a good decision about how much Bitcoin is appropriate.
Well, it's a challenge, right? To make it practical. People come into the industry, they have high expectations, they see the returns and the performance. Frank, I mean, how do you respond to people who are coming in and they're saying, you know, you got in early, you got lucky, should I just throw everything in today?
Yeah, I think people have been saying that forever, right? Pete, you've been in this longer than I have, right? So everybody says, oh, I'm not early enough. It's too high. It's not, and sometimes I think people make the really big mistake of saying, okay, I'm just going to get in on another coin earlier. Just to point it out there's Bitcoin and then there's everything else. So what I tell people is just that, no, I don't think we're going to see, I think whatever you just quoted, a 9 billion% rise in the price of Bitcoin.
Or you're ruling that out going forward?
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, I don't want to rule
I
it
don't wanna
out. I'm an
disappoint the
optimist.
chat
Yeah.
here. I mean, there's a lot of people on YouTube.
We like the number go up technology. We try to be realistic at the same time. But I think at the same time, I think what I like to think about with Bitcoin is the way Jeff Booth phrases it. He talks a lot about how everything is falling in price compared to Bitcoin versus the price of Bitcoin going up when priced in dollars.
Of course, big difference between investing in Bitcoin and understanding Bitcoin. How much should people understand about Bitcoin before they invest? Pierre, we'll go back to you.
Well, I mean, to the extent that you can just invest $20 in buy some sats or buy a share of an ETF, you don't have to know anything, right? As long as you're proportional to what your understanding is. And after you've bought it, then you can start doing your research and increasing your allocation as you become more confident and more understanding of it. But, the other part of it, as a practical matter, lots of people drive cars around and they don't understand how an internal combustion engine works or how an electric motor functions. And so they look at it practically of getting from point A to point B. And so I think that most people who hold Bitcoin are basically on that same level, is that while they don't understand what a UTXO is and what elliptic curve cryptography is, they're still able to benefit and get utility out of the system. And that's ultimately how it's going to scale and continue to drive adoption.
Well, someone who's been here for 11 years, I maybe wish I spent a little more time investing, less time understanding. Morgan, how do you answer this question of people? How much should they know about Bitcoin before getting in?
Yeah, so I think you need to know something, right? You need to know enough to think that this is something that's appropriate for your financial situation, right? And so that could be anywhere. For some people, right, that means that they need to know a lot. They need to go all the way over the cliff and down the rabbit hole in order to even take a 1% position. For some people, though, they can just sort of say, oh, my neighbor owns it, right? And maybe I'll buy it. And so I think, somewhere in between going all the way down the rabbit hole and, just my neighbor next door keeps talking about it is probably where most people should land, to at least take some sort of position. But really, in order to take a larger position size and to be able to sustain that through many different cycles and so forth, and really stomach volatility, you have to have a deep understanding of Bitcoin. And so what I generally recommend for people is that if they don't have a large understanding, is to start with these smaller positions. And generally people get excited about it. And from there, they're able to dip their toe in, get their ankle in, get their knees wet, right? Until they're, fully swimming in the swimming pool. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the price, the psychological factor. $67,000 today here in Nashville, Tennessee, and around the world. Obviously, this plays a role, right? When it was $10, $15, $20, easier to take a chance. Frank, how are people you're talking to thinking about this?
It's a great question. Yeah, I think unit bias is a big thing, right? So I think there are still some people out there who think, oh, well, I can't afford a Bitcoin, right? There, surprisingly, I mean, we know that each Bitcoin can be broken into 100 million units, which are called Satoshis or Sats for short. So what I tell people is often that please don't pay attention to that so much. I think it's getting a little bit more popular to talk about how much Bitcoin can $1 buy you, which is about 1,500 Sats or so right now. I hope that sort of people have talked about Sats becoming more of the standard when we come to pricing this. I hope that is the case for people who are sort of a bit further out looking at this price saying, well, I don't have anywhere near that amount of money to spend on something like this, so I'm just going to back off from it.
Well, of course, taking questions on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We'll be broadcasting live for the next few days. I want to talk about the family life and family and friends, how we approach Bitcoin as a topic. Morgan, given that you're a financial planner, have you had success in your life converting family and members to Bitcoin, getting them to take it seriously?
I love that question. So I generally recommend, and I've done this personally, don't bother people about Bitcoin if they don't want to hear it, right? I think that you have to understand when somebody has their mind open and when they have their mind closed. And so if you're approaching, right, a rock and a hard place, right, if you're just going to keep butting heads, and people don't like being talked at, people like having a conversation with. And so this applies to family, friends, clients, whoever it is, right? We can't just orange pill just because Bitcoin exists. You have to orange pill to somebody who has their mind open. And so when family and friends have had their mind open and they're asking questions and they're willing to listen, then that's the right time. And when they don't, let's talk about something else, because I want to stay family and friends.
That's right.
Well, conversation about Bitcoin, conversations amongst your family and friends here on the stage. We're going to send it over to our roving reporter, Q Gahimi. He's live on the floor talking to some of the speakers and the attendees at Bitcoin 2024. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Rizzo. And I'm here live with Brady Swenson, one of the co-founders of Swan. Brady, how's the conference been treating you thus far?
Man, the vibes are high. Exciting times for Bitcoin. It's good to catch up with you last night, seeing a lot of Bitcoiners. You know, everybody always says it every time you on Twitter. When Bitcoiners get together, it just feels good. Spend a lot of our time sort of disconnected online. Meetups, conferences like this, must do.
Friends in real life. Actually, all of our friends online exist in real life. But we were talking a little bit before about how this has become one of the most politically charged Bitcoin conferences.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts of what we're going to see later today and tomorrow.
I mean, this is almost as charged as it gets, right? You've got RFK Jr. here. You've got Donald Trump, of course. Kamala Harris was, talking about the idea anyway. But this is happening at least a cycle earlier than I thought it was going to, bringing Bitcoin to the presidential level of politics and on that stage. And I think it's going to be amazing for Bitcoin, obviously, the exposure. I'm excited to hear what Donald Trump has to say. I hope he really kind of understands Bitcoin and describe the way he describes Bitcoin shows some kind of deeper understanding of it than he has shown already on the stage. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, guys, if you're not subscribed, smash that subscribe button. We'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk of Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. A conversation right now about Bitcoin conversations amongst family, friends, relatives. We've got a great panel here. Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot, Morgan Richard, Financial Planner, and Frank Corva, Lead Business Reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Want to go to the chats here. Obviously, people pouring in comments from around the world. We've got Combat Veteran here, just in all caps, cram Bitcoin down their throats. I think that's what he's recommending for family and friends. So we were talking about
how's that working
Morgan.
out for him?
Well, I mean, he's all caps, so I mean, he must.
He must know.
He must have been very successful, I think. But we're talking about the tactics that work as a financial planner. Morgan, maybe you can take us back into this conversation you were saying about your relatives and the conversations.
Yeah, for sure. I think this also applies in couples. So what I often see is that, it's the husband, right, who's gotten involved in Bitcoin, and maybe wife is a little bit more timid and not excited about it because she doesn't quite get it yet. And she's also heard a lot from her husband about it, but hasn't necessarily had a conversation with her husband about it. And so I think it's the same concept, right? Instead of cramming it down your wife's throat, maybe listen to her a little bit more, hear what she has to say about it. Because generally what I've heard is that when the wife is listened to, actually they can come to a mutual understanding and generally can come to the conclusion that they want to hold Bitcoin. But people don't like to do things just because somebody is telling them to, right? Just like my kids don't want to put on their shoes because I'm like, put on your shoes, we need to leave, right? You have to sort of flank and find an entrance, have a conversation, right? And that way you're not necessarily butting heads all the time.
Well, Pierre, obviously you've had some success. Your wife here speaking at a Bitcoin conference. Maybe that's not an expectation people at home can have right away. How did you start the conversation? What tips do you have?
Yes, I was very blessed on our first date in person. I was just running my mouth about Bitcoin, doing everything I shouldn't be doing, and
that was a first date conversation.
That was the first date
it was
conversation.
Like the old league conversation.
So I talked about Bitcoin and I talked about Ted Cruz.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, there were two topics.
And despite that, we went on to have a really great relationship and kids. But I think what my blessing was that Morgan was already interested in Austrian economics, right? And so she already had this foundation of, hey, sound money is something that would solve a lot of problems in society. And so from that base, I think that combined with her interest in impressing me, right? She wanted to woo me by learning about Bitcoin.
That's true.
And wanted to fit in the Bitcoin meetups in New York City. And not kind of just be Pierre's wife.
The laws of economics, laws of attraction. Frank, your experience with this, family, friends, what are you telling them today? If your cousin comes up to you at a wedding and says, hey, Frank, what should I do about Bitcoin? What are you saying?
I have to actually dial it back a little bit to about 4 years ago when I first taught my mom. So I got to give a shout out to my mom right now who might be watching. She got it right away. She actually was very into it. She thought the idea was really great. Not only that, she was like, hey, you seem to understand this pretty well. You should write about it. So I wouldn't be here at Bitcoin Magazine writing if I hadn't started a Substack 4 or 5 years ago. So I have to give a shout out to my mom there. With family and friends, I think your advice is perfect. I no longer try to teach anybody about this who has no interest in it. When someone does come up to me and ask, often the question is, what should I buy? So maybe they've heard about some hot new altcoin. Maybe they're trying to figure out whether it's dog with hat or Doge, the direction that they're going to go. I try to just steer them in the Bitcoin only direction, and just explain to them the differences between Bitcoin and other assets.
Quickly, before we go back to the main stage and more interviews, I want to talk about the politicization of the Bitcoin conversation. Obviously, tomorrow, the big headliner, Donald J. Trump, will be here on Saturday at 2 p.m. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speaking today. Politics, always a tricky subject. Add Bitcoin to the mix, I imagine even trickier. Pierre, your thoughts on just the politicization of Bitcoin in general right now?
So I think it's fantastic because I've spent a lot of time at the state capitol in Texas and at the Capitol in DC. And it really, every one of these conversations is an opportunity to orange pill. And we have to keep in mind that with politicians, by definition, these are people who are very influential in their communities. Right? That's how they got elected. That's how they got the votes, is that they shake lots of hands and talk with lots of different people. And so if we're able to orange pill politicians, that trickles down to the rest of society. It's not like it just remains within this compartmentalized world of politics. So, and in today's age, everything's political, and Bitcoin is just a natural fit for that.
Bitcoin and politics colliding here in Nashville, Tennessee, Washington, and Bitcoin. We'll be back with more of this conversation after a short break. We're over to the Nakamoto stage and a short word from our sponsors.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host again, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. All-star panel now, Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot, Morgan Richard, Financial Planet at Origin Wealth, and now joined by Amanda Fabiano, co-founder at Second Gate. And of course, the conversation right now is politics, Bitcoin, these worlds colliding. Amanda, it sounds like you had the privilege of being with former President Trump at the mining roundtable, part of his engagement with the industry. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it was a fantastic event. David Bailey did an incredible job organizing it on behalf of our industry. It was incredible to see how receptive he was to having conversations and being open to us. I think, for the last 4 years, we've faced a lot of adversary. We faced a lot of situations that we didn't necessarily need to face if people just looked at this with open eyes. So it's nice and refreshing to have politicians look at us and say, well, you're not criminals and ruining the environment, right? Like maybe you're doing something that isn't bad for the world.
Maybe let's talk about that tone from the current administration and what we've seen there. So Pierre, what kind of roadblocks are being put in front of the industry currently?
It really started with Elizabeth Warren sending out a letter asking Bitcoin miners all these questions about their wasted energy and all of this. And so in a way that Elizabeth Warren and her goons have driven Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining into the Republican talking points, and that she deserves credit for it in one sense, but also I think that from a political perspective, this is a trap for Democrats and that they need to find a way to reverse course and go with more moderate voices in the Democratic Party that see the opportunity here for economic growth and job creation.
Well, obviously, Morgan, I want to go with you, a financial planner. The red hat, a symbol of division for a lot of people in the country. Does this help or hurt the conversations that you're seeing people having around the table about Bitcoin?
Yeah, so I think it hurts about Bitcoin and also about stocks and bonds for sure. I mean, what I've seen is that people are very divided in what their allegiance is to a specific political party. And so they tend to want to adjust their asset allocation or adjust what they're invested in based on who is in office. And generally, we recommend that, or we don't recommend that. Excuse me. We don't recommend that people do that, right? We want people to stay the course. We want people to think about what they want to do in their life and what's important to them, and what are the important elements that they want to execute on, rather than what's going on all around the political sphere. There are just a lot of things that we can't control, but we can control what we're choosing to do and how we're going to weave our money through that.
I'll be real. I mean, I think the conversations with my family, I live in the state of New York, from Massachusetts, Democratic strongholds. The idea that Donald J. Trump is speaking at this conference, not well received. Amanda, did you have a different experience?
I'm from Massachusetts also.
Okay.
I live in Puerto Rico now for good reason. My family actually is a little bit more open to it.
Okay.
I think that they've, seen, prices increase over the last 4 years, right? They've seen not a lot of great things happening. We've seen a lot of lies, right? Like even over the past month, we've seen a lot of lies kind of unfold in the Democratic Party. And unfortunately, Bitcoin should be a bipartisan issue, but it has turned not into a bipartisan issue.
Well, let's
and
talk
that
about
is-
Kamala Harris. So she was rumored to maybe even attending, some interest there. I mean, obviously, is she responsible for the Biden administration? Should we maybe be greeting her with a bit more of a fresh perspective? Your take?
Is she capable of having a conversation on it? Like, I don't know, right? Like, I feel like it would be awesome to have Democrats that would be willing and open to have a conversation, because we should remain bipartisan as Bitcoiners. So that would be fantastic. But I don't have a lot of faith that that party would do that based on the last 4 years.
Let's talk about some of the issues that Trump has brought into the campaign conversation. I want to read some of his quotes. I will ensure the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA. I will support your right to self-custody. I will never allow the creation of a CBDC. Pierre, your thoughts on just Trump's policy that he's put together so far?
So the right to self-custody is critical. And what he's touching on there is that there is an issue with the KYC AML constructs from the fiat system, where to them, self-custody is a loophole that allows people to avoid KYC AML. And the reality is that self-custody is a human right, because what we're saying is that we should be allowed to hold numbers and letters, 12 words that should be part of free speech, essentially. And when we look at the Trump administration, at the end of the Trump administration, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin, he put out a very controversial proposal which would have infringed on self-custody. And so we can really see this as him repositioning versus what was happening at the end of his administration, repositioning to reset things and to come out with a pro-Bitcoin policy platform.
Well, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here today, competing for votes as well. Morgan, maybe as a voter, I mean, how are you looking at these statements? Is your vote still up for grabs? Is there something that Robert could say today that would convince you to get into his voting block?
I mean, I think it's hard for an independent in general to win. I come from a family of independents in general, so like it's not like off the beaten path for someone in my family to vote like that. We were Ross Perot voters back in the day, and so I think that maybe that ultimately led to my interest in Austrian economics, and ultimately led me here. And having married Pierre, that we're now the Bitcoin couple here. But yeah, I mean, again, Ross Perot had like one of the greatest chances, I think, of winning as an independent back then, and it was still extremely difficult for him. So I think the path forward for Robert Kennedy, unfortunately, is going to look very similar.
Talking right now about Bitcoin and politics and some of the platforms that we'll see unveiled later today. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. still to speak at Bitcoin 2024. We're going to go now to our roving reporters backstage with our speakers, Bill Miller and Isabella Santos. Stay with us.
All right, Bill. So how do you see Bitcoin as a potential driver of generational wealth creation?
Well, right now the valuation at 1.3 trillion from a market cap perspective, as many of us know, is a fraction that of digital gold. And if you think about the underlying characteristics of what money should be, Bitcoin embodies all of that and more. And so from a fundamental valuation perspective, if you think it can get to digital gold, that's 12 times upside from here, from a appreciation potential perspective. And younger people have the opportunity to buy into that now and save for many, many years. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen overnight, but you have the opportunity to put yourself into something that has massive upside potential. It's got a now 14-year track record or so. So from my perspective, not to own it is actually a big mistake. And I would encourage all young people to own it. It's one of my biggest personal assets, and I'm buying more.
You know, they say there's a correlation with people saying that the people that don't own Bitcoin are the ones that criticize Bitcoin, but the people that own Bitcoin are the ones that have, you know, more of the knowledge, I would say, about it.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's actually spent time learning about it, studying it, and understanding it that then says, yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. You know, people just think, oh, it's this weird technology and all these people are jumping on some bandwagon. But when you actually spend the time to understand the protocol and why it's so empowering from a personal and individual perspective, I don't see why you wouldn't own it.
So what are the key challenges and opportunities you see for families looking to incorporate Bitcoin into their long-term wealth strategies?
Understanding it is the most important thing, just because it's so different from any other denominator we have, whether it's dollar or euros, yen, whatever, just because the political system that everyone is used to living in, it doesn't exist within Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital protocol that is uncorruptible, that isn't changing. Whereas if you look at the history of fiat currencies, people jockey for power. They eventually want to give out tax breaks. They want to give money away to someone else for free. They print more money. Inflation occurs. And so Bitcoin is your own personal savings mechanism independent of that process.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine, of course, streaming live on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Joined again by a panel of special guests: Pierre Richard, Vice President of Research at Riot; Morgan Richard, Financial Planet at Origin Wealth; and Amando Fabiano, co-founder at Second Gate. Topic now was politics and Bitcoin, the convergence, but with a focus now on maybe turning to mining and its strategic role. So the question, I think, to the floor: why should America support Bitcoin mining? Why is it a strategic priority for the nation?
You want me to start? You
Go
want to start?
ahead, Amanda.
So mining is, there is no Bitcoin without Bitcoin mining, right? So as Bitcoiners, we should care a lot about mining. Mining industry has grown significantly over the past, 4 or 5 years in America. 33% of the network accounts is public miners, which most of them are based in the US. There's hundreds of megawatts of energy infrastructure being built because of Bitcoin miners. There's hundreds of jobs that are being created in very rural areas because of Bitcoin mining. So when you think about what Bitcoin mining does for America, it creates jobs, it creates energy stability, and it backs the Bitcoin network, which is the best immutable money in the world. So I personally feel strongly that we should care a lot about the Bitcoin mining ecosystem.
And of course, mining already a little bit geopolitical. The China ban sending Bitcoin miners over to America. Now here, maybe temporarily, unless there's a regime change. Your stance on that, Pierre?
So it's, from a national security perspective, it is critical to have as much Bitcoin mining happening here in the United States, because we know that there are foreign adversaries like Iran, like North Korea, and frankly, like China, that while China's banned Bitcoin mining, several years ago, now they're actually letting it back in. And so there's a realization that this is a strategic asset, and the more mining there is in the U.S., the less there is abroad. It's a fixed pie of revenue that's going to get split up. And then as a practical matter, when we look at the needs for energy in the United States, we need more power generation. We need more electricity here for a number of different reasons. You've got electrification of things like stoves, right, or cars. But you also have a lot of infrastructure that is aging and needs to be refreshed and needs to be paid for. And Bitcoin mining is a great way to get that in place.
And of course, a topic we are expecting to hear about tomorrow from Donald J. Trump when he takes the stage at Bitcoin 2024, sending it now to the Nakamoto stage for a special announcement.
Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
While this may be controversial to say, Bitcoin is not for everyone, but it is for anyone who is willing to learn.
And once you've listened to 10,000 hours of Sailor podcasts and memorized the Bitcoin standard, you're finally ready to buy it.
But where and how? Up next, we have Bitcoin Access for All with Johan Kerbret of Robinhood, Marshall Beard of Gemini, Dave Ripley of Kraken, moderated by Austin Arnold of Altcoin Daily.
Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, Nashville. Very rarely do we get such experts in the field of some of the top crypto exchanges in the world to speak all at once and share some insights. So for the next 20 minutes, let's tune in. I want to talk with you guys. Bitcoin is for everybody. So let's start, very open-ended. You guys are the onboarders. The newbies come to you guys first to get educated about Bitcoin, buy their first Bitcoin. Let's start with Dave. What pain points are you seeing today from customers onboarding into Bitcoin?
Sure. Well, look, I think there's frankly a few different ways to answer this. There's kind of the, hey, there's friction and it's difficult and security and holding your own keys versus, using one of these custodial exchanges. But I think like really the bigger piece around onboarding is kind of the same as what it's always been, which is around messaging and what Bitcoin really means for what it's worth. And I think, if we just look over the past like several years, it's the same story that we all know, and it's really getting that message out there. What have we seen? We've seen, bank failures. We now see a bunch of underwater banks right now out there. The fiat inflation we've been talking about forever, it's here, frankly, across the globe at this point in time. And all of these things that are the big, meanwhile, TikTok next block, right? And we have, Bitcoin, most secure payment system in the world. But look, I think it's just like bringing that message together is frankly, in some ways, it's abstract. It's not a day-to-day message the same way it is for us as it is for the rest of the world. And I think that's like, really continues to be the main piece that we we see is like, hey, here's the hurdle, is really getting that message across to the world.
Marshall, let me ask you this. Has the strategy changed at all since the last boom cycle in 2021? Is it the same pain points? Is it a different audience?
It's relatively the same pain points. And so we look at, Gemini as a bridge from traditional finance into the crypto ecosystem. So what we, focus on a lot is education, onboarding, reducing friction. We want to make it really easy to access Bitcoin. We, look at the onboarding funnels, the user acquisition channels. We provide tons of education. We make it really, really easy to access crypto. You don't need to know too much about blockchain. And then we, add advanced kind of features on as people develop within the ecosystem. So, this is what we've been focusing on for the last decade. And then when bull markets happen, we're prepared for that with great customer service. But generally, it's been the same.
Johan, let me pose a question to you. You are the crypto guy at Robinhood. Robinhood is TradFi coming into crypto. Why was it important for Robinhood to have, be a major player in the crypto space?
Yeah, I think for us, we see crypto as a financial asset that everyone needs to be able to access. And so it was really important for us to find a way to give it to everyone and to the 24 million customers that we have in the US. I think the part that we really nailed down at Robinhood is now with the Bitcoin ETF, you can really access Bitcoin the way you want. So you can have the underlying asset and use Robinhood crypto. You can use your tax advantage account, like a retirement account, to buy one of the ETF, or you can use a brokerage. So at this point, I think we nailed the onboarding. All of us, if you want to get into Bitcoin and buy a Bitcoin, the onboarding will take a few minutes. You have access to great content and learning modules. I think now we need to also optimize the usability of Bitcoin. And sometimes I think we forget that, it's very easy to buy, and then you start to transfer and you're kind of getting lost. You have to scan a QR code, you have these complicated addresses, and some people are going to be able to scam some of the part of the address. So we need to build more and more on this side of the industry as well.
Bitcoin is for all, yet we don't want murderers or people doing illegal stuff to be able to use it. Yet it's a tool, much like a knife is a tool. It can be used by a bad guy or a good guy. How do you guys think of, regulation for Bitcoin when it's supposed to be for everybody?
Yep, I can start, I guess. I think, look, all of us are regulated by many regulators. Like on the Robinhood side, we have regulation from the SEC, from FINRA, from the New York DFS on the crypto side. We also internationally having licenses. So we know how to work with regulation. I think what I would love for regulation is to help us embrace the space and give us the tools necessary to offer Bitcoin to everybody and give access to everyone. But I think the essence of Bitcoin was also the decentralization aspect. And so we want to make sure that we don't lose that aspect, because otherwise, we're just creating another USD system.
True.
Yeah, look, I think there's only one way for this. Bitcoin is permissionless, it's open, it's censorship resistant. This is what Bitcoin is. And I think when we talk about regulation, it for the most part doesn't fit. Where it does fit, though, is for a centralized entity that is, perhaps a custodian, takes control of other people's keys. All of these things are where we're at today, and that's where Kraken sits in the ecosystem. And I think definitely true that we will continue to be regulated as centralized entities. But when we talk about the open network that is Bitcoin, it's this is the only way is permissionless.
Marshall, let me pose this next question to you. Michael Saylor, a guy we all respect, speaking at this conference as well, is on record that robots and AI will only want to use Bitcoin. I think the mindset, it's the hardest money, that's what they want to use. Do you agree with that statement?
First time hearing that statement. Look, I absolutely think there's intersection between digital assets, blockchain technology, and AI, whether that's Bitcoin versus other digital assets with smart contracts or certain other features yet to be proven. But I do think that there's huge overlap there, and we'll see that play out in the next few years.
I want to pose it to the other two participants. AI and Bitcoin, do they intersect? In what way do they intersect in your mind?
Well, the way they intersect is, of course, we're talking about, you know, uh, online payments, connected systems, AI, bots, whatever they might be doing. This, of course, is like lends itself to digitally native payment system, which is Bitcoin. Probably the way where they may not connect right now is like, hey, to the extent that AI grows as this like centralized technology that is centralized in a few players and um, massive server farms and so forth. That would be a centralized path, and Bitcoin is of course decentralized. The two don't mix. I think that's where we obviously it's very nascent, but talking about like, does decentralized AI make sense in that world? I mean, you have a perfect fit. You have digitally native, you have decentralized, and the two line up perfectly.
Yeah, I think similarly, like there's a few things where they intersect. First, for AI, we'll need to have this giant farm that are going to train the models, but they will have like peak of demand and lowest of demand. And so, that can be a very good intersection around mining, where when you have less demand for the core functionality, you will be able to mine and still use this servers and miners. The second part, I think, is really around like the training of the model. I think one part that scares me around AI is that at this point we only have a few player training models that are very centralized, based on data that is very specific to for example, the US, and not necessarily something that will be usable in the world. So I think having a way where we can open source AI, and we saw Meta this week like doing a lot of work on that side, and being able to open source the model and train them, you will need a way to have a decentralization of the model, and then you need to also have the currency to pay for this training. So I think Bitcoin can be a very good contender there. I don't know if it can be the only one, but I think it's a good one.
Let me poll the audience. People in Nashville right now, we have a packed house. By applause, how many of you guys like Bitcoin's volatility? The people love it. I understand why you guys do too, because that comes with downside for sure, but the upside is a selling point. It's a feature, not a bug. As we appear, and anything could happen, as we appear to be entering or already in another boom cycle in the historical 4-year cycles, how do you guys think of that from an exchange point of view, or just educating and giving access for Bitcoin for all?
Yeah, well, from an exchange standpoint, yes, volatility obviously leads to higher volume, and that's a big part of trading and so forth. But I think like the reality is I mean, if you actually look at the curve and volatility over the history of Bitcoin, it just declines. It's been declining over time. Every cycle, the highs are not as high, as a multiple as they were in the previous cycle. Same thing with the lows, and that in also on a more micro level, big volatility comes down. This makes sense. We have more participants, more volume, more liquidity in the ecosystem, and volatility is just going to continue to come down over time. And so, yes, it's a long haul, and there'll continue to be volatile, and it'll continue to be a relatively volatile asset for some time. But I think over the long term, Bitcoin volatility just keeps coming down as you get more of that. I think probably the last stage where you really see Bitcoin volatility come down is when, this is a bit further off in the future, but where we see it being used as a unit of account, that actually creates some stickiness on price and or value. And I think that's where you actually see volatility come down even further. So I think, look, it's here. It's in some ways a feature, but over time it's going to come down, and that's actually going to be probably a good thing.
I want to pose this question to you guys. Bitcoin and crypto has very much become a political issue this year. There's no getting around it. Donald Trump is speaking on this stage tomorrow, and through that, many non-Bitcoin people will be introduced to Bitcoin throughout the next 4 months and beyond. What's a piece of advice you would give a new person that's hearing about Bitcoin for the first time today?
Sure. I mean, I can start. Gemini, every year we release a state of crypto report. We actually released a tidbit of that today, where we found that 1 in 5 Americans owns crypto. And of the 50 million people in the US, about 71% said that a candidate's stance on crypto could influence their vote. So it's really interesting to see, and it's really interesting to see that the Bitcoin conference has become a campaign stop. I think Bobby Kennedy is speaking here today, and President Trump tomorrow. And there was rumors that Kamala was gonna be here. So it's quite interesting to see that. With regards to new users, I mean, this is what I tell my friends, family, my neighbors when they find out I work in crypto or I'm just talking about it. You know, do it yourself, right? Get an account, wire money in, buy a little bit, keep reading, download, a MetaMask account, like buy a hardware wallet, like just embrace it, test things out, try things out, and you'll learn more and more over time. So, the best advice to people is just to, start using it, start learning about it, and that's how people kind of get into it more.
Johan, same question.
Yeah, I think in regards to politics, like I'm really focusing on making sure that as a company, Robinhood is successful no matter what the administration is. Like we are here for the long term, and so since our creation, we've been with different administration on each side. And at this point, what I really want to focus on is making sure that when people hear about it, they actually know what to do. And so we invested a lot on learning modules on Robinhood. We have Learn and Earns for Bitcoin. And for me, that would be the first thing I will recommend people is like learn about the product and learn to use it. You don't even have to spend money or buy any Bitcoin at first. And when you feel ready, you can get into it. And the most important part is that, Bitcoin is here to stay, no matter the political party that is going to win in November. And globally in the world, we are seeing a lot more regulation around crypto, and we see a lot more government embracing it. And so, I think for me, that's really like where I'm focusing on.
Dave, new question for you. We're bullish. We've drank the Kool-Aid. The more you learn about Bitcoin, they say the more you have. I think the audience is bullish as well. But as new people gain access to Bitcoin or learn about Bitcoin, sometimes it scares them that everybody's so bullish. So what's one thing that could slow Bitcoin down or stop Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, I mean, we've come so incredibly far over the past decade plus in the space. We've talked about all the different hurdles over time of like ease of use and security. And I mean, we went through things like the fork wars, all these different pieces. And a lot of what we talked about is like, hey, the final boss is global governments. And, that it's frankly a really relevant year in 2024 that, we're there and, more or less then they fight you stage. I mean, look, we've kind of been here for a long time. Like China banned Bitcoin early and often. El Salvador has accepted it today, and the U.S. felt like it was much closer to China for a long time, and frankly, just recently we're getting moving on that spectrum. Hopefully, here in this country, so that's really a positive. But so that's I think like one big piece is just and really our antidote for that is just getting more adoption, more people that are Bitcoin adopters, hodlers in the space, supportive of the ecosystem, understand the benefits. That's really what matters. I would also say, like, while that's like what we've often talked about, the biggest boss, it's like the one that's like most prominent out there. Probably the one that is like almost more meaningful, and that frankly us in the ecosystem have to keep our eyes on are kind of the failures and the challenges from within. Like, look, Bitcoin's not going to fail. Like it's proven. It is the most secure store of value payment system in the world. But look, I mean, we're only a year and a half away from horrible failures like FTX and many others in the space. And I think the reality is we'll probably see, and it's a long history. People just got their Gox coins back just recently, right? That's another failure in the space from a long time ago. And I think these potential kind of like, I don't want to say if it's like within the within the space are those things that they could potentially, provide a black eye on the, the space that are almost like self-caused are really, really also problematic. That's like kind of where, I mean, Kraken was founded on this premise. Actually, coming out of the first Mt. Gox hack was where Jesse Powell, Kraken founder, came with the idea of like, hey, this is needed in the space. And one of the greatest crypto entrepreneurs and really decided that there needs to be this place of stability in the ecosystem. And so I think that's like something for all of us to look out for today, because there's going to be more failures. Let's just make sure they're small ones, not big ones.
Johan?
Yeah, I also think, innovation is important. We saw yesterday there was the first zero-knowledge proof transaction confirmed on the chain. We see a lot more usage on the Lightning Network. I think this is what is going to keep making Bitcoin successful, because not only you can use it as a reserve of funds, and we all know how good it is for that, but also you can start building innovation on it. You can have an entire ecosystem building on top of it, and that's going to keep the entire chain like alive and successful. So I'm really excited about this part of the technology. I think sometimes we discuss it a lot at other conferences for other chains, but we don't discuss it enough in the Bitcoin world. And I think this is pretty amazing what we are seeing happening in the past few weeks.
Final question, and we're going to start with Marshall, but I want to hear from everybody. Let's say all four of us are on this stage 1 year from today at the next Bitcoin conference. Give me a 2025 Bitcoin prediction. Where will we be 1 year from now?
I think you see much larger global adoption, and I think that's two fronts. I think you start seeing more jurisdictions launching spot publicly traded Bitcoin ETFs. So there's Canada now. You're going to see Europe, obviously the U.S., Brazil, Australia, Hong Kong. You're going to see more Bitcoin ETFs, which I think will, broaden adoption as well. And I think you're going to see, look, if 1 in 5 Americans owns crypto today, there's still 4 out of 5 that can be educated and onboarded. So, I think Bitcoin as it exists today, the protocol is very similar, and I think just adoption just keeps rising.
Johan?
Yeah, I think, I agree on the ETF adoption. I think it's going to bring a lot of institutional flow. I think it's going to help stabilize the prices and help also bring more and more people into the space, because at first they will buy a few ETF shares or something like that, and then they will be more curious and get into the actual Bitcoin. And that's what we see the most at Robinhood. It's people start by just holding, and then they transfer into the self-custody wallet, and then they start using it on a day-to-day basis. So I think we're going to keep seeing that. The elections are going to make it first and frontal. I think we're going to have a lot of discussion and topics around that, and hopefully people are going to be able to just realize like the differences between Bitcoin and other chains and the real world, the USD, and with the current inflation in place, hopefully we can see more and more adoption.
Dave, 1 year from today, where will Bitcoin be?
Yeah. The longer term predictions are always easier, that. Well, just 1 year. So I don't know, 1 year from now, 200K Bitcoin. I think we'll see.
That's what we wanted to hear.
I think we'll see. I'd like to think we'll see 5 more nations go the way that El Salvador went. Small, probably small. Be another thing we see in the space. Of course, the adoption. I think clearly we're in this big U.S. political cycle. Tides are turning here. I think we will, we'll go through this cycle. Bitcoin will become truly a household word by that time, and one that gets talked about through this cycle, and into next year, we're going to see a really positive environment here in the United States.
I want to thank these gentlemen for sharing their time. I will immediately be going to the Whale area. I have a talk with my brother and Gary Cardone. If you're a Whale, come hang out. But I will be back here for my brother on the stage with Scaramucci and other notable people. So I'll be bolting right away, but I look forward to talking to you guys. I'll be around the conference all day. Give it up for these experts in the space.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo. We're streaming out on X, YouTube, and Rumble all day. Still to come, Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican from Tennessee, MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, and Cynthia Lummis, Republican Senator. Of course, you just heard from the exchanges. Now we've got a packed panel talking about something special announcement. Jameson Lobb, co-founder and CTO at KASA, Nick Newman, CEO at KASA. Leaders in self-custody. Guys, you were just on stage moments ago. What was the big announcement?
So we announced that very excitedly for the first time ever, you can use a YubiKey to store Bitcoin keys. And for those who aren't familiar with YubiKeys have been around and it just used by 20 million plus people for the last decade.
So you're talking about a small device?
I got one in my pocket actually. Yeah,
love to see it.
It's
plugs into your computer.
It's very small. It plugs into your computer. All it takes to use it is just a tap. And so this is basically a replacement for a hardware wallet for the people that want to actually use this instead of a hardware wallet. It's much simpler than a hardware wallet. And it's already, like I said, being used by 28 million people worldwide. And so what we're really excited about is just when you think about the user experience of using Bitcoin, especially in self-custody, it's tough. There's a lot of people I know that they bought a Ledger or another hardware wallet like years ago, and it's just been sitting unopened on their desk or in their closet, and they feel guilty about it, but they're just like, I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, our thesis here, of course, is that a hardware wallet in your desk drawer is not worth very much. This new device has trade-offs, of course, and we're pushing more towards usability and convenience because even a slightly less secure device, if it's actually being used, is a million times more secure than a perfectly secure device that's sitting.
We're talking about self-custody security, but really we're talking about is guarding against the loss of Bitcoin, right? And that's what KASA and this announcement is about. Really, is another way to protect your coins, correct?
Yeah, it's another way to protect your Bitcoin, but also what we talked about in the announcement was that KASA, and this is really the first step where, if you think about a YubiKey, you can use this for a lot more than just securing Bitcoin.
That can be a Bitcoin wallet and
it's a 2FA for your Apple ID or your Google account. And it's incredible from that perspective because this is really taking us a step further on KASA's mission towards making private keys easier for everybody to use. And what we talked about was KASA's always been known for Bitcoin security. And this is the first step to KASA not being just about Bitcoin security, but about security for Bitcoiners. And it's kind of clever. You're flipping the two words, but really what it means to us is that KASA is not just another place to store your Bitcoin. We're actually helping you think about everything in your digital life that supports the security of your Bitcoin. But it also includes, how do I make sure that I've got a plan in case I die? Or what happens to my Bitcoin if I die? How do I make sure that my online accounts like my X account don't get hacked? Like you had that problem happen, right?
My X account has been hacked. It was a painful experience, and of course, KASA was there to help. Obviously, with great customer service. Proud to be a customer. Jameson, would like to take you in there for the loss of Bitcoin and maybe the negative experience you've heard from customers. How has that impacted how you think about business?
Yeah, I mean, what we're really trying to do is get people to follow best practices. And as new hardware, software, and best practices sort of emerge in this ecosystem, we're out there, we're paying attention, and we're trying to figure out how do we get the incentives in place so that people actually adopt them. And that's been, I think, one of the greatest challenges over the past 6 years of KASA is us continuing to evolve and to increase the optionality of what our users can do. So, I want to be clear that we're by no means like dropping any of our current support or security models. What we're doing is we're expanding the options of the different trade-offs between security and convenience because we want a bigger umbrella. We want more people to get under some sort of decent level of security so that they feel confident in doing it. And this is the whole issue of being your own bank, right? It's always been possible to be your own bank. In the very early days, only the super duper uber nerds who were like GPG encrypting files on their laptops and using air-gapped machines were able to do that. And it's just really, really high bar. And this is the great thing as technology continues to evolve, as we continue to learn from security incidents, we are able to add new tools to our toolbox, and that's what this is today.
Real quick before we go back to the main stage, obviously going to hear from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. later, presidential candidate, coming out in support of self-custody. Donald J. Trump tomorrow, a supporter of self-custody as well. What are your thoughts as a self-custody company about what you've heard from these nominees?
I mean, when Trump, as a former president, went out a few weeks ago and said that he was going to support the right to self-custody, that was the first time the word self-custody had come out of a president's mouth. That's crazy.
Wow.
And just the level of awareness that brings, and the level of acceptance that brings of, hey, this is a very new concept for a lot of people, but you've got a presidential candidate talking about this. It suddenly brings it to the forefront in a way that it normalizes it for people. And suddenly people aren't thinking, oh, this self-custody thing is weird. They're thinking this self-custody thing is a real tool in my toolbox that I can use to exit the banking system if I need to when there's problems with the banking system.
And of course, self-custody under fire from the current administration. Jameson, your quick thoughts before we go back to the main stage.
Well, I've heard it's like having a Swiss bank account in your pocket. Some people think that may be a bad thing, but of course we think it's a great thing to be empowered at that level.
KASPA.io. Go and check out the product, the announcement just on the main stage. We're going to send it back to Nakamoto stage. Stay with us. This is the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024. Alex Gladstein, now a keynote.
Same time, I'm going to come back and talk to you guys about power. So each sort of section I give, I'm going to give you a little manifesto, okay, to take home. One little TLDR. If you remember one thing for each, I'm giving that to you. So for commerce, it's we have financial privilege, okay? So, I'm guessing most of you here are Americans or potentially Europeans. You come from countries where the currency, the dollar or the euro potentially, is, reasonably good. It's reasonably strong. It's done decently well. You have access to stock markets and different ways to diversify your savings to protect yourself for the future. Generally speaking, the government is actually done things to try and protect people. Like, for example, the FDIC, like, if a bank collapses, they're going to try and make you whole. This is completely rare on Earth. Like less than 1 billion people live in a country with what's called a reserve currency, meaning other banks, other central banks and other governments want to save that currency and use it as savings. Only about 1 billion people live in a country that issues a reserve currency and that has property rights under a liberal democracy. Less than 1 billion people. So we're talking 7 billion people plus that live either under an authoritarian government that does not respect property rights at all, or that issues a terrible currency. So most people on Earth deal with terrible money all the time. We might not think of it because we're in America and our money's great and we can go around the world and we don't have to worry about exchanging it. It's basically useful everywhere. Most other currencies are like, as Lynn Alden puts it, like arcade tokens. Like if you leave, a country like Togo with the currency from Togo, you go to France, you go to the United States or China, it's totally worthless. It's not worth anything. So we are very, very privileged. Most people are not. This is a photograph I took in Malawi. I was there in December to learn about the impact Bitcoin is having on the world. Malawi is a small country in southeastern Africa. Only 11% of people in Malawi have electricity. Think about that for a second. The currency they use is called the kwacha. So the kwacha, is a very weak currency. Now these people, this is just a street market that I just took this picture. What's remarkable is that, these are already some of the poorest people in the world. The average annual income in a place like Malawi is somewhere around $100, okay? Now, if you live in the capital, maybe you're making $500 or $1,000 a year. But, you could be making 20 or 40 bucks a year in some of these rural places. I mean, so these people already are dealing with, they're suffering. I mean, they're dealing with a lot. I mean, I know that they can, they're probably, satisfied in certain ways, but man, I mean, they are just so deprived in many other ways. And they're the last people in the world that needed a structural adjustment. So what happened in Malawi last year is that in coordination with the IMF, the government devalued the currency by 44% overnight. So this wasn't announced ahead of time to the people. Nobody, did a poll. They weren't like, hey, who wants to lose 44% of your value next Wednesday? No, that never happened. This is just normal. This happens to people all over the world. So overnight, their currency that they're earning their wages in, and they don't have, stock markets or access to dollars. They're stuck in this currency. Most people don't even have a bank account. They're just using cash. So the cash they have and the cash they're earning all of a sudden buys 44% less stuff, 44% less imports, rice, coffee, dollars, gold, whatever. So real estate, their purchasing power just takes a massive hit, okay? And again, they don't have the access that we do to like alternative things. Even people in countries like Argentina have a way out. They can get, into sort of a dollar system. These people can't, okay? So, it's just really tough, and it has a huge impact on commerce and on business. So this is like a flyer put out by one of the big telecoms that operates in Malawi. So what they're saying here is that last year, the previous year, this telecom, made about 36 billion kwacha, okay? Let's say that's a few $million or whatever it is. Because of the devaluation, which in total was 66% because there was other devaluations, they're basically not making any money at all. They're making between -2 and 1.7 billion. So the impact this has on commerce and business is absolutely destructive. And that's the fiat system, okay? And it's being imposed on people all over the world with violence. So this isn't Kenya. There were massive protests this summer in Kenya over a new IMF sort of coordinated, bailout basically for the government that came with all these conditions, which meant higher taxes, less public services, and a currency devaluation. And people rose up and they protested against it. And the IMF told the Kenyan government to ignore the protests. So, I mean, this is being violently imposed on people. The way that the current system works is through violence and through control. Some really cool use cases for Bitcoin. Number one, Bitcoin users cannot be structurally adjusted. So if you're using Bitcoin, and I met plenty of Bitcoiners in Malawi, a lot of young people, they're very bright, they're doing some amazing things with Bitcoin there. They're just getting started, but it's it's going to be like a trickle that turns into a flood. Just watch. 10 years, there's going to be so much Bitcoin activity there. The people that are doing business and saving in Bitcoin, they can't be touched by a structural adjustment. Their purchasing power isn't going to go down by 44% tomorrow. They are sovereign and they are safe. Another really great use case is that they enjoy the real rate of exchange. So for example, if you're sending money to a place like Nigeria, and I'll just give you some general numbers, they're not fully accurate, but just to give you an idea. Let's say that your dollar buys 1,000 naira, which is the Nigerian currency, when you use something like Western Union. So let's say you send a remittance, an average remittance in the world today, meaning like someone who lives in America and is sending money back to their family in Nigeria, is around $200 or $300. So let's say they send $100 back to Nigeria using Western Union. Well, the recipient gets 1,000 naira per dollar minus the fees. But the real street rate is actually 2,000 per dollar. But the government has a rigged rate to steal from the people. If you use Bitcoin, you just send Bitcoin to the person in Nigeria, they go in the street and they sell it for 2,000 naira. So you're getting twice as much as your value if you use Bitcoin as opposed to some sort of fiat rail in many cases. That's an amazing use case. Bitcoin users speak a global monetary language. Again, if you're in Malawi and you have the kwacha, it's totally useless outside of Malawi. Guess what? If you're earning Bitcoin in Malawi, which we'll get into, especially tomorrow, if you're mining, you're earning Bitcoin. You're not earning in kwacha. Your money works everywhere. You can do anything. You can buy things all over the world. And this is super, super powerful. People in Malawi told us how powerful this was. Another one is that Bitcoin users, in an ultimate sense, escape what I call the currency caste system. So there's like 160, 180 different currencies all around the world, and people get trapped inside of them. Okay? It's like when you have Egypt getting adjusted right now, dictator's getting a bailout, he's got to devalue the currency to take the loan. People are trapped. They don't really have access to like dollars or euros. So, they're trapped, and then, the foreign markets get cheaper Egyptian labor and goods, and that's how the system is all designed. The system is basically designed to squeeze people around the world for our benefit. It's a cruel thing, but it's true. And I think we just should be humble about it and understand that that is part of how the world works. We are very successful in the United States for a lot of reasons, including really noble ones like individual rights and our republic and all these things. And that's awesome. And we have a lot to be proud of. But a lot of the other reasons that we and other countries, over time have been successful is because we exploit other people. I mean, it's just reality. So, I think that Bitcoin is great because it allows people to escape that system. Moving along, when we think about commerce and people trading and transacting with each other, remember, 2 billion people, aren't banked and don't have ID. I mean, that's pretty wild. They can all use Bitcoin. You don't need any paperwork to use Bitcoin. It's very, very powerful. Here's just some data from a book called Resistance Money that I would encourage you to check out. I mean, some of these numbers are wild. 22% of Indians don't have a bank account. That's almost a 250 million people. In China, you've got over 100 million people with no bank account. Even in Egypt, you've got almost 50 million. And women are often hit the hardest, right? So maybe in the United States, most women are banked, but in countries like Egypt and Nicaragua and Lebanon, very, very few women have bank accounts. Guess what? Bitcoin doesn't care what your gender is. All right, now inflation. Some of us obviously experienced a little bit of that in the last few years in the United States, but my friend who lived in Venezuela was telling me this is what she told me, that her cup of coffee when she was living there in 2016 cost 450 bolivars. 2017, it cost 4,500. 2018, it cost 1.4 million. So what you're watching is just the vaporization of the lower middle classes and their savings. The wealthy figured out ways around it, but the average person got crushed. Again, Bitcoin is an escape. There are people who got out of this system through Bitcoin. This is a way that the Venezuelan government tried to block aid coming in. This is a photo from the New York Times. They literally tried to block people trying to help starving individuals in Venezuela. And you know what? Like before Bitcoin, like they could kind of do that. But what you don't see in this photo are the millions of dollars of Bitcoin going back and forth, helping people, helping families. It can't be stopped. So this idea of like governments controlling us is going in basically the trash bin of history, which is great. This is a pretty well-known kind of meme in Bitcoin. It happened about 5 years ago. There's an account that likes to make fun of Bitcoin, and it's saying there's not a single goddamn thing that Bitcoin can do that Apple Pay doesn't already do 10 times better. And the crazy part is this person doesn't realize, like, very few people on this planet have access to Apple Pay. So Zia is a very, very brave Iranian Bitcoin educator. He's amazing. He went to prison for 8 to 10 months. We didn't know if he'd make it out. And this was during the women life freedom protests in Iran. He came out. He's still active. He's amazing. And, he says, I can't use Apple Pay, PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, or anything like them. I'm from Iran. I can use Bitcoin. What do you have to say? Person obviously didn't say anything. Crickets, because there's no response to that. That's because Bitcoin cannot discriminate. That's one of its biggest superpowers. Bitcoin users, again, they don't need a bank account or ID. It's permissionless money. All money that you've ever used, pretty much, you've had to ask permission to use. That's so crazy. Now we have a new money that you don't have to ask anyone's permission to use, and that's very powerful. Again, as I was showing you, Bitcoin users cannot be hyperinflated. That's an amazing use case, okay? And at the end of the day, maybe Bitcoin isn't for everyone. Maybe you're fine with your dollars, but it is for anyone. And that's very, very powerful. I wanted to read this just to give you a sense of the humanitarian impact this thing has. Basically, this doctor was commenting that, humanitarian actors are struggling. They can't get financial services when they're in war zones. They get payments refused. They have banks closed down. She was working with the EU and the US government, all these different institutions, and she still couldn't reach the people she was trying to help. They had to carry cash in suitcases. And that's like very risky and dangerous, obviously, if you're walking around with a suitcase. And she says at a major humanitarian conference, one big humanitarian actor said that payment issues are now the #1 threat to the humanitarian space. Okay, well, like Bitcoin essentially fixes that. I mean, you can just have direct peer-to-peer access to anyone else in the world with Bitcoin. You can get the aid to where it needs to go, and people understand that. So these are headlines like Turks piling into Bitcoin. People going crazy in Lebanon for Bitcoin, trying to get into it, trying to learn more about it. Helping people in Ukraine after the Russian invasion, helping people in Argentina who are suffering. I mean, this is happening. This is not going away. This is a permanent shift in the world's monetary system, and it's a very welcome one. This is sort of a chart showing the data is about 1.5 years old, so it's a lot more today. But roughly about 10% of the world has, in terms of people between the ages of 16 and 64, have interacted in some way with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. But what's interesting is that the countries with the highest rates of adoption, getting up to close to 20% and beyond today, are countries that have had, big problems, economic crises. You talk about, Nigeria's on there, Argentina, and, people who have worse currency flock to this thing. It shouldn't surprise you. And, it makes sense. Like if you're doing business, if you're doing commerce, if you're trying to pay somebody who works for you and they live in one of these countries, it's a nightmare. Well, not anymore. You can just use Bitcoin. It's so important for remote work, for AI, for all that stuff. It's going to be so nice to have one open, neutral money for the world. Very, very important. And you know what? You don't even need to use internet to use Bitcoin. My friend KG, who's actually on a different stage talking right now about this amazing project that he created, Machinkura, he's from South Africa, and he created something that we probably wouldn't have thought of here in America because most of us have internet. Well, 600 million people in Africa don't have the internet. And he created a way for people just using a feature phone, which looks like this. It has no internet, just using SMS to log in and use Bitcoin. It's really amazing. So you don't even need the internet to use Bitcoin. So it really can reach nearly everyone. All right, so that's commerce. Now we're going to move to freedom. And my mantra for this one is that Bitcoin is bad for dictators. I want you to remember that one. Bitcoin is bad for dictators. What do dictators need? They need control, right? And what does Bitcoin do? It gives control to people and takes it away from government. All right, so this is how money used to work, right? For many, many generations, we used sort of bearer instrument paper or metal money. It didn't tell anything about you to the person that you bought something from. So you went and bought a newspaper, used some cash. The person doesn't know your name or your address or any of that stuff. They can't predict what you're going to do next. They don't know what you did in the past. But now, in today's world, most money is digital, and it's just completely tracked and surveilled. I mean, when you go buy something with a credit card, that information is immediately sold to data markets. I know this because a few years ago, I was buying dog treats for my dog, toothbrush-shaped dog treats at a pet food store. And it was wasn't online. I put the credit card in the terminal. I walked out of the store. A few minutes later, I got hit with an ad on social media for toothbrush-shaped dog treats. I'm like, wait a second. How did they know? Like, if it was geolocation, how did they know I didn't buy, like, parrot food? Like, what's going on here? And I looked into it, and I learned from my credit card company that I was using at the time, and they disclose this in the massive amount of paperwork that they give you when you sign up for a credit card, that they sell your information right away, for advertising. So the whole thing is built on advertising. The whole sort of internet today is built on this idea that, like, you're the product, right? Well, Bitcoin is just a completely different way to do digital money. It's a way to do digital money and keep our freedom. And that's very important because 5.7 billion people live under authoritarianism. All right, and I know that, like, a lot of you here don't like any government, and I'm with you, that's fine. But, like, let's be realistic. Like, there's the difference between Texas and Tibet, right? So, we at least we can get here. I can make fun of the president here. I can go on TV. I can make fun of people. We can protest. We can sue the government. Awesome. Okay, we're not perfect, but we can do these things. You can't do any of that stuff in authoritarian regimes. You can't start an environmental group. You can't even start a freaking stamp collecting group without them shutting you down or potentially killing you if you criticize the leader. That's the case for most people in the world. We enjoy a lot of freedoms here that we often, I think forget or take for granted. Ironically, the very first use case really for freedom and Bitcoin as freedom money was by someone who was being persecuted by our government, Julian Assange. So what's interesting about this is this was very early in Bitcoin's sort of life story. It was when it wasn't worth very much. But basically, after Julian Assange released Collateral Murder, and he was showing some of the war crimes of the US and causing a lot of stress in America over what we were doing abroad, the US government shut down the ability of people to make donations to him. So they instructed all the credit card companies and PayPal to freeze everything. It's called the banking blockade. So what Julian figured out in the summer of 2011 was that he could use Bitcoin. And he posted a Bitcoin address to the WikiLeaks Twitter account, and everything else is history. His supporters were able to reach him, even though the most powerful governments in the world wanted him to stop. That's because Bitcoin doesn't ask for permission and doesn't care who you are. It works, which is really, really magical. Now, today, it's unfortunately par for the course for dictatorships and authoritarian governments to go after people by freezing their bank accounts. It wasn't really possible 20, 30 years ago because we just didn't have the sophisticated technology. Not everybody was using digital payments, but now we have lots of ways to target you. So in Nicaragua, I mean, Ortega's going after everybody with bank freezing. The church, the schools, the students, the universities, the Jesuits. So anyone who disagrees with them, he freezes their bank account. You know what? That sucks, okay? So guess what? We now have programs to help people in Nicaragua educate, learn about Bitcoin. And this is a worldwide phenomenon. Hong Kong, they're freezing bank accounts. India freezes the bank accounts of abolitionists fighting against slavery, of environmentalists, of people looking into Modi's corruption. Russia freezes bank accounts of anyone who disagrees with Putin. Turkey does the same thing. It's happening all over the world. And it gets very sophisticated. This is really scary. This is from Iran. So in Iran today, right now, they've installed all these cameras in major cities. And if they see, and they're using algorithms, right? And if they see that a woman isn't properly wearing her headscarf, her hijab, right? She gets auto-fined, okay? She gets auto-fined. I mean, this is crazy. So you can start to think about where it's going to go from here. It's not going to be pretty. The centralized digital payment system we have is built with one end only, and that's total control. But again, Bitcoin gives us a way out. So with Bitcoin, Xi Jinping can't micro-track you. Putin can't freeze you. The Burmese government, which likes to sort of delete the property records of ethnic minorities, they can't delete you. And Chavismo cannot hyperinflate you, most importantly. And again, people are fighting back. It's really awesome to see. So of course, Julian, got kicked out of the fiat money system. Well, later he thanked the U.S. government for a 50,000% return on his Bitcoin. And most importantly, look, he's a free man today for the most part because a Bitcoin donor paid for his flight to leave to go back to Australia. So Bitcoin continues to help in this important case. This is the first time when HRF got involved with Bitcoin was actually 10 years ago or 11 years ago in Ukraine. This was from 2013. Ukrainians were protesting against their corrupt government, and they couldn't have any access to financial services abroad. Like no one could donate using a traditional bank wire or anything like that. Only Bitcoin can reach them. This is a post from 2013. It was a fundraiser we did in Bitcoin, and these guys came to us and they were like, "Can we do this Bitcoin fundraiser?" We were like, "What? Like this is crazy." But we were open-minded and we did it, and it worked. And to our surprise, it worked. And everything's just been downhill from there. Now, like the global activist community is totally wired to use Bitcoin. Navalny, again, rest in peace. Before he was murdered by the Russian government, his organization was one of the sort of biggest users of Bitcoin. They've always used Bitcoin for donations going back to 2016 because Putin would come in and steal their money and mess with their bank accounts, but he can't mess with Bitcoin. So it's very powerful. It keeps democracy alive. It keeps freedom alive in many places. It powered protests in Nigeria a few years ago. It powered protests in Belarus. I mean, this is a truly global thing. It helps people escape from collapsing economies. This is a story of a Venezuelan who used Bitcoin to get out of Venezuela. I've personally interviewed people from Afghanistan, from Burma, from many, many places like Syria and Venezuela who've escaped with their wealth in their hands. I mean, this is never possible before. My ancestors fled from the Holocaust. Like they couldn't bring anything with them. Now people can liquidate what they have into Bitcoin and cross a border with a seed phrase, with their money memorized in their head, maybe even. It's really amazing. I mean, this is an incredible use case that you just cannot do with the US dollar. And for people to sit there and say this thing is useless is so profoundly ignorant. And you know what? We've had enough of it. So that's what we're here today, to talk about all this stuff. In Afghanistan, it's helping women get educated. Ever since the Taliban took over Afghanistan, it's impossible to send money there. It's impossible to send the US dollar there. The US dollar just doesn't do that. It's not good at that. You can't possibly do that. Well, Bitcoin does it. So my friend Roya Mahbub, who's been doing this for 10 years, she sends Bitcoin to teachers, and they teach underground education, and it works. And the teachers go into the market, and they sell the Bitcoin for local currency to sort of people in the street, in the Hawala system. It works there. In Palestine, it works. There's horrible atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people by the Israelis, and with our money, unfortunately, right now, and very few people are willing to do anything about it. But Bitcoiners have snapped into action. And this one Palestinian guy, he's in Gaza. He's been orchestrating this thing. It's amazing. If you want to get involved, you can take a screenshot of the QR. It takes you to the Geyser Fund that's doing the crowdfunding for this. He's helped 20,000 families through Bitcoin. Nobody's helping anybody in Gaza now, but this guy's helping. It's really amazing. So this is another really profound thing that you can do with Bitcoin that you cannot do with the US dollar. And it cuts across all issues and political lines. In Ukraine, it's the same thing. Ukrainians who fled from Putin's invasion, they were able to bring their wealth with them. Just think about this, and CNBC did a story on this. If you brought your Bitcoin with you and you escaped and you had to go to Poland or Germany or whatever, you could just go to a Bitcoin ATM, no ID, and you can withdraw your Bitcoin into local currency. You can't do that with the fiat banking system. So again, another remarkable use case. And it even is interesting in Western societies too. Look, we're not perfect. Like the Canadians, they froze the bank accounts and the GoFundMe fundraisers of the truckers, okay? Regardless of what you think about the truckers, the interesting thing here is that 100% of the fiat funds raised by the truckers were confiscated, like, at the press of a button. 70% of the Bitcoin made it to the truckers. That's amazing. I mean, that really shows the power of this thing to be a protest tool. And look, even like marginalized communities in our country, they use this thing. Look, whether it be marijuana business, the gun business, or sex workers, people who are marginalized, people who are prosecuted under Operation Choke Point and all this nonsense, they've been able to use Bitcoin because the government can't stop Bitcoin. And even in a democracy, that's important. And I would say especially in a democracy, that's important. Even in the darkest places in the world, North Korea, all these women escape North Korea. They all get enslaved and sex trafficked in China. It's horrible. It happens every year. Thousands of people do this every year. They're put through this horror. And Yeonmi Park, who survived that herself, she came in 2 years ago on the stage, told you all that it's very hard to use the U.S. dollar to rescue these women. Basically, they use pastors and church groups to rescue people who are trapped in China. And it's very hard to use the US dollar, but Bitcoin has made their job so much easier. So look, Bitcoin is a light in the darkest of places. Bitcoin users can escape the central bank digital currency endgame that's coming. I mean, all that digital money, it's all evolving into a totally programmable tool that eventually is going to happen. I mean, if we didn't have Bitcoin, we'd be screwed. We'd have interest rates, negative interest rates. You'd have expiration dates on your money. You'd have, restrictions on how much meat or oil you could buy or where you could go. So we can get out of that dystopia through this thing. That's an amazing use case. And, at the end of the day, we just have to ask, how do the dictators feel about Bitcoin? Well, what do dictators need, right? So dictators need censorship, confiscation, and closed capital markets. What is Bitcoin? And what's the American idea? Well, red, white, and blue, free speech, property rights, and open capital markets. So I think, there's going to be a transition. And no one knows if it's going to be pretty or hard or easy. It might be tough. But on the other side, we're going to have an amazing America that's really rooted in the idea of power coming back to the people in the form of economic power in the hands of the people. Look, in my job, I do a lot of human rights activism. I can say in the industry, a lot of that's virtue signaling. I mean, what does free country X really do? But by helping someone achieve financial freedom, that's real impact. I mean, I would basically propose to you that pound for pound, helping people learn about Bitcoin might be the single most effective form of human rights activism. It really might be. So yeah, I mean, let's go. So all of you can be human rights activists. I mean, we can all be human rights activists. We can have an army of human rights activists because what we're doing is we're educating people about how to use freedom money. And this is my last slide for you to take a picture of. To all the haters and deniers who say Bitcoin is useless or dangerous, Bitcoin is out there every day, every hour, in collapsed economies and in the darkest corners of the world, helping people that no one else is willing to help, being a lifeline for anybody. Fiat money has failed most people on Earth badly. Our monetary and aid systems exploit and repress instead of delivering prosperity and freedom. But Bitcoin is slowly, steadily uniting, enriching, and liberating the world. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow.
Yo, welcome back to the news desk at Bitcoin 2024 Day 2. Of course, Simply Bitcoin is back, and we are here to take over the news desk for the next 40 minutes or so. With me on the desk today is Adam O'Brien, founder of Bitcoin Well, and of course, my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we're Simply Bitcoin. We'll be your guide through these tumultuous times, or as we like to call it, the separation of money and state. Simply Bitcoin is the most watched daily Bitcoin live show. We go live Monday through Friday, 12:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I also want to give a very special thanks to Mike Germano, David Bailey, and the whole of the Bitcoin Magazine team for allowing these Simply Bitcoin takeovers of the news desk, baby. All right. You guys know the deal. We're about to 10x the energy. And I did mention that we'll be your guide through the separation of money and state. And this is a historical conference. And the reason for that is you have a potential president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, speaking tomorrow at 2 p.m. And today, of course, we have RFK Jr. So very, very exciting times. I know it's a little bit unpopular with a lot of Bitcoiners, this idea that Bitcoin is entering into the political sphere. But look, if we do want Bitcoin to become the world reserve currency, this was an inevitability. Wow, that's a hard word.
Wow, you had too much fun last night, Nico.
That was you, bro. That was you. What are you talking about?
I was a good boy.
But yeah, so essentially what I was saying is, look, it's not that Bitcoin needs politicians to win. Bitcoin's going to win regardless. It has the best incentives. It's that politicians now need Bitcoin. Why? Because Bitcoiners have become a very influential voting bloc. Speaking about breaking the Bitcoin echo chamber, we have the Daily Wire here. We have Michael Knows. We have mainstream influencers that didn't get famous because of Bitcoin that are here covering a Bitcoin event. And I think, I think it might be surprising to them that, first of all, that people know them, right?
Yes.
That this is an event to cover, right? And Bitcoin is slowly but surely creeping into the mainstream consciousness. And one of my favorite quotes, and I'm sure a lot of you guys know who this comes from, but fundamentally, politics is downstream from culture. So if we want to win this, we want to win the culture war. And it's not the culture war that you're thinking about. Opti?
Yeah, I mean, before we even came on live, guys, we were sitting here talking with Mike Germano, and he was acknowledging the Daily Wire was here, and he was like, man, they were so surprised at how many Bitcoiners knew who they were. And we're like, yeah, there's a huge overlap here, and it's very obvious to us Bitcoiners, but it's very amazing that people outside of our industry don't understand that this is not just a Bitcoin conference. This is a freedom conference. This is about people wanting personal sovereignty. This is about people actually wanting to effectuate change. We don't think there's a political solution. The Daily Wire, obviously on the right, and they're realizing in real time that, oh my goodness, there is an untapped market for our content with Bitcoin.
There is a political solution, but it's not the political solution that people think. The political solution is, it's not how hard you vote, it's how you vote with your wallet, right?
Yep.
And the most important vote you can make, and I say this all the time, is taking your Bitcoin into self-custody. Like, that is the most powerful vote. I'm not saying normally, like, normal voting is not important. It's definitely important, specifically in this election year, right? Ross Ulbricht's freedom is on the ballot. You know, the right to take self-custody in the United States, the right to mine is on the ballot. So it's very important to vote traditionally, but also the most powerful vote you could make, especially if you don't live in the United States, you live in a totalitarian government, vote with your wallet. Buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, and put that said Bitcoin into self-custody. Adam, you're from Canada, my friend.
Dude.
You don't have, you guys don't have the freedoms and the privileges that here in the States that we have. Not to mention the Canadian truckers protest. That was a big deal. So how are you seeing this? Because I feel like Alberta, the province that you're from, is really a couple years ahead on this front because this is a very freedom-minded province, to say the least.
Yeah, Alberta's like, they call it the Texas of Canada. And it's interesting because you actually don't understand that you need Bitcoin until you need Bitcoin.
Yeah.
In Canada, especially, we need Bitcoin. We've had this totalitarian socialist government that is taking away, stripping the freedoms that we have, and the money is getting locked up. The money that the citizens of Canada think is safe in their banks is getting locked up as part of the trucker protest, as you mentioned, Nico. And so we need Bitcoin. I think Canada has the most per capita Bitcoiners than any other country in the world. It's been amazing building Bitcoin in Canada, but it's awesome to see this energy here, dude. It's amazing to see, like you said, the Daily Wire, the Overton window is moving, is shattering, and it's super fun to see the energy around Bitcoin because, like you said, no one's here, or there's some trading talk here and there's some money talk here, but this is a freedom conference. This is about personal liberties that we as Bitcoiners share because we have sound money in self-custody.
Absolutely. And I don't think you can have freedom without Bitcoin. Like, if you're part of the freedom movement and you're not using Bitcoin as a tool, like, I don't want to call you a LARP. Perhaps LARP is...
But you're a LARP.
Opti will do it.
Opti said that. That wasn't me. But yes, you need Bitcoin. Specifically, one of the most empowering things you could do as an individual is take Bitcoin into self-custody. That protects you from government censorship and government debasement. And then the next step after that is, of course, running your own node and truly becoming this sovereign individual. There's absolutely no excuse to not do these days. You have the tools. Bitcoin open source development has come such a long way. And these wallets are incredibly easy to use. This wasn't the case, 5-8 years ago, right? So they've come a very, very long way. You have no excuse not to learn how to take self-custody of your life. Like, take back your life, essentially.
Dude,
right?
100%.
Well, wait, Nico.
Yo.
You go. Yeah.
Okay, yo.
Wait. We got Rockstar.
Open source technology.
Speaking of
Maxi, bro.
the one and only Uncle Rockstar. Get over here.
Dude, wait. You're gonna come on stage.
All right, yeah, you get here.
You're gonna come on stage and you're not gonna give me a hug.
Get in there,
Rockstar?
get in there.
What is this, bro? What is this? How you doing? Good to see you, dude.
Okay, here.
All right, sit right there in the middle. Sit right there.
Sit here.
Right there in the middle.
Here.
Oh man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Rockstar Dev, one of the most legendary developers in Bitcoin. He's contributed so much, joining us on today. And little birdie told me you have
something really, really cool.
Oh, why does everyone want, like, what are in your pockets, Rockstar? oh, that's bag? Yeah, no. So what's in my pocket is Ross, free Ross, right?
Free Ross, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And what does this do?
So
what is this?
It's a Bolt card that allows people to, like, you don't want to have Bitcoin wallet on your phone. You can pay. Yeah.
Can you zoom in on this?
Look at
Can
the
we zoom
eyes
in on this card here.
Ladies and gentlemen, for anyone who's watching this for anyone who's watching on the stream, Ross's eyes are lighting up.
Laser eyes for Ross.
Laser
And,
eyes.
Amazing.
If I
And there we go. We got Donald
I
Trump.
get
and
In the
Ross.
mug shot. In the mug shot.
Mugshot, bro.
Wow,
Yes.
and the flag connects. That's amazing.
There we
Amazing.
go.
Amazing.
Wow.
Opti, air horns, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Simply
Wait,
Bitcoin
wait.
takeover. of
Rockstar, are
the
these
Bitcoin-
live? Can people buy these?
So people can buy these $10 at the merch store, like the best item if you ask me. And then if you find Rockstar and let me initialize them for you, you can use them to pay here at the conference.
Let's
because
go.
BTC Pay server and Strike are processing payment. Kudos to Jack, Dylan, Pavlinix, Webworthy, Michael, like everyone that made that happen. So yeah, like it's
Dude.
a Bitcoin conference. People need to be able to pay in Bitcoin.
Absolutely,
The
absolutely.
mugshot,
And
bro.
these
Yeah.
two figures, I wanna pull them up again. These two figures, right? We have Donald Trump, of course. You know, he announced at the Libertarian Conference that if he is to get elected, the first thing he's going to do is free Ross, right? So it's
Free Ross.
extremely symbolic, extremely cool. You guys want to know why we're gonna win? It's because we got people like Rockstar in our team, baby.
All of us. It's a team effort.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right.
Well, yeah. So look, I just got to mention this. This is
Here.
this is a very
You also get Rockstar.
Oh,
wow.
Look at
There
this.
you
Look
go.
at these three OG. Look at this. This is incredible. Incredibly freedom-minded people I'm holding in my hands. So look, ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredibly important election. I say there's three people specifically that we got to free, right? One of them being Julian Assange. That happened.
Yeah.
One of them being Edward Snowden, who was a speaker of the conference, a speaker at the conference, I might add. And the last is Ross.
Free
We've
Ross.
already freed one, right? And we're in the process, if Donald Trump gets elected, of freeing another. And of course, the final boss is we got to free Edward Snowden, which I think as our movement continues to grow in influence and popularity and continues to seep into mainstream consciousness, I think it's inevitable that Edward Snowden is going to be allowed back to the United States. Anyways, Rockstar, this has been an incredible conference. I feel like this is Bitcoin 2021. I feel Bitcoin 2021 energy. For anyone who wasn't at that conference, that was a conference that Nayib Bukele made the announcement that El Salvador was going to make Bitcoin legal tender. That was when Michael Saylor said he was going to do the Bitcoin strategy. It wasn't proven at the time. That's when Jack Mallers gave this heartfelt speech about, influencing Nayib Bukele and rolling that out in El Salvador. It was an incredible conference. I feel the energy in this conference, right? Is it because Donald Trump is here? Is it because of the energy? What's your take on this?
I think it's because they're the ones now feeling the energy and doing the work for us.
Absolutely.
Because when you see, like, we have put in the proof of work, we continue putting in work. But now that you have politicians, shilling Bitcoin, doing the work for us. Yeah, Larry Fink. Thank you, man.
Up our bags, Larry.
Listen, I'm telling you, like, for me, it's that they feel it, and we just see all of that, and we should just like sit back and relax. Because for me, 2021 also was very special because I'm the one coding the back end of Strike, making that happen. But now it's like even better. Like, hey, let them do the work. We sit back. We help a little bit. Free Ross, remind them of their promises. And let's go.
Absolutely. And what I gotta say also is, and you kind of buried the lead there, and I don't want to focus on that, right? And this is actually Kaiser that said this. Larry Fink, if you hold Bitcoin in self-custody, now works for you. Michael Saylor works for you. Donald Trump potentially might be working for you, right? And this is the beauty of an aligned incentive structure system, unlike the fiat system, which is completely different. Opti.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. It's becoming very obvious that as a Bitcoiner, as a movement, we are a force to be reckoned with. And now we are, I know we say it all the time, breaking the echo chamber. We are getting into the mainstream consciousness, and people are realizing the power of Bitcoin. Yes, we're still early to this, but the fact that we're having, RFK Jr. on the stage today, we're going to have Trump on tomorrow, Snowden's on in 3 hours, it's becoming a very real thing to everyone in Bitcoin, especially if you've been around for a long time. Me and Nico have been talking about it for a while. Like, we didn't think it was going to happen this fast. It seems like it's accelerating. It seems like the timelines are getting pushed up. and it's going to be a very, very interesting few years moving forward. It seems like we're Bitcoiners, we have the best money, and now they want our money, and they actually have to, what a novel idea, work for us. Everyone that is a Bitcoiner works for Bitcoin, and now we have the biggest bags in the world working for Bitcoin. How are you not bullish on this?
Absolutely, and I gotta say about yesterday there was the karate combat contest. Nick Carter won, but the big news out of that event was RFK. RFK literally said, and I quote, "I put most of my wealth into Bitcoin. I'm fully committed." Right. So now you have a non-zero chance that a president that could potentially get into the White House. I know RFK is polling pretty low right now, but there's a non-zero chance that not only do we have a pro-Bitcoin president in the White House, we actually have someone who's holding the majority of their wealth in Bitcoin in the White House. And I mean, like, what is that not going to do but push hyper-Bitcoinization? Adam.
Bro, I mean, you cannot stop the free market train. Bitcoin is free market money. It is protocol and not rulers. It is just the absolute way to have people store their time into a better way to store their time. You cannot use a fiat system to help people get off and into the sunset. They cannot help their generations to come if they're not holding their money in Bitcoin. We have, like you said, presidential candidates that understand this. This is absolutely the start of the next wave of Bitcoiners being born and adopted. And I'm here for it, man. I cannot wait for the freedom money to be here.
And from my side also, like I have to add, it's crazy. It's crazy situation. And I'm hearing all kinds of things from these politicians, but until all of them are as committed as RFK,
yeah,
like
yeah, 100%.
But I think they're getting it. We got to separate state and money. We're at that point of fiat clown world where even those within the system, especially them, they see how much it's not working, and that something that's more robust and scalable must happen. So the same way we separated church and state, we got to separate state and money. And yeah, we're getting allies not at like local level only, you see at federal level,
world leader level.
Where Rockstar, where do you think Trump keeps his hardware wallet?
Yeah, I will tell you after.
On the bolt card. On the bolt card.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
It's all here. Anyways, Michael Saylor also recently said, and again, this is all happening in a matter of a couple days. He said the U.S. government should own the majority of Bitcoin. He also said BTC is the Manhattan in cyberspace. And one of the things that I was thinking about when the German government recently sold basically all of their stack, terrible, that like 20% wrecked at this point.
Yeah.
Weeks later. It hasn't even been weeks, bro.
They literally sold their Bitcoin for something that they can create out of thin air, right? That is like, and they can't do that with Bitcoin. Like, talk about separating money from state. They are literally doing it literally themselves.
Yeah, they're helping us.
Right?
They help us.
They're helping
yeah,
us, right?
Like
so
you saw my tweet on that?
No. What was it?
It was like the selling of Bitcoin will be one of the most retarded things German government ever did. And I tweeted it out. It was the bottom, like literally. So it only went up. But what you're saying, I heard Trump quoted that it's him said that Bitcoin is the new oil.
Yes.
If he understands it like that, we're in a good position.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. Like that's what it is. It's the digital commodity, like the only one. Because
Go ahead.
Because this whole like crypto shitcoin nonsense, yeah, like give me a break. I won't go there.
So what's your guys' take? I'm just curious, right? And again, the reason I'm asking you guys this question is because perhaps some members of the Bitcoin community don't like this take, right? Which is the idea of Michael Saylor saying U.S. government should own the majority of Bitcoin. Shouldn't it be the individuals? Isn't that the power of Bitcoin, right? It's a grassroots movement. Do we really want a government owning the majority of Bitcoin?
I disagree. Yeah, with government should own majority of Bitcoin, but it's a free market, so I would dislike it. But
yeah, I mean, frankly, all that would do is just increase the purchasing power of the individuals that do own Bitcoin. When the government owns Bitcoin, they are going to have to do one of two things. They're going to try to, gold back the Bitcoin, which is going to be just another issuance of fiat, or they're going to do hopefully something strategic with it. Hopefully, not fund wars. I think that we cannot at this point trust the government to do strategic and good things. And so I would tend to agree with Rockstar. You want Bitcoin in the hands of individuals. But if the US government does try to go and buy the majority of the Bitcoin, that's a lot of demand with, we know, a finite supply. That's going to be really good for our Bitcoin bags, so to speak.
Absolutely. Speaking of the government buying Bitcoin, of course, they didn't buy real Bitcoin. When I say real Bitcoin, I mean spot Bitcoin in self-custody. But breaking news, the state of Michigan pension reported owning $6.6 million of the Bitcoin ETF. And of course, there was also breaking news the other day of the Wisconsin Pension Fund as well. So all of a sudden, the game theory starts to come into play. All the government employees in Wisconsin and Michigan, if you have hostile anti-Bitcoin regulation, you say, hey, wait a second, you're attacking my bags. What are you doing here? What's going on? Afi, what's your take?
100%. I mean, look, like Adam and Rockstar were saying, as much as we might get a weird feeling about governments buying Bitcoin, state organizations buying Bitcoin, we knew this game theory was going to play out eventually. Yeah. Bitcoin is for anyone. And again, everyone has the same problem. There's nothing to save in. And if you've understood the basics about Bitcoin, you realize that this was going to be the inevitable end. Everyone will want some Bitcoin, whether it's organizations, institutions, nation states, individuals, everyone needs some Bitcoin. And we're going to see this play out in real time. There's also the announcement yesterday of Michael Saylor and Bitcoin Mag partnering for the corporation, Bitcoin for corporations. And Saylor even said, every business needs a Bitcoin strategic reserve. So we're seeing this play out. This is the very beginning of the institution adoption. I know we've been saying for a long time as Bitcoiners, the institutions are coming, the institutions are coming. But now we have it, and it's hilarious that we're seeing Bitcoiners be like, I don't know about this.
But it's what you said. People and businesses and governments don't have a reasonable asset to save their excess in. And I love the way I was listening to Jack Mallers the other day. He said that profit is just an indication that you produce more than you consume, which is what we're called to do as human beings. Give the world more value than you take from it. And when you don't have a reasonable asset to store that excess value in, you look for a better one. Bitcoin is the obvious one. And finally, we've got governments, businesses, small businesses, corporations, individuals, like everyone on planet Earth is waking up to that fact. And I'm bullish on the future, man.
Absolutely. And I would say we're still early. Like people are still like the vast majority of people, we're starting to break into the mainstream consciousness, but the vast majority of people still don't understand that there's a better money that they can use that will literally fundamentally change their lives. Like people are still asleep to that fact. They're trying to seek a political solution where the solution is just to opt out entirely. And it's funny because that fixes the political issue in the first place, right? But anyways, guys, you are listening to the Simply Bitcoin takeover at Bitcoin 2024 Day 2. And I kind of want to pivot the conversation because we have some epic speeches and keynotes today. We have Michael Saylor at 2 p.m. We have Lummis and Gabbard, which is interesting because that's bipartisan. We have a senator from the Republican side and we have a senator from the Democratic side. I can't emphasize this enough. Bitcoin is a bipartisan issue. The current administration, they made it partisan when they attacked Bitcoin with the proposed 30% income tax, the attack on self-custody, and of course, the anti-Bitcoin legislation, Operation Choke Point 2.0, the denial of Caitlin Long's Custodia banking charter. They created a situation where they gave the opposing parties, independent, RFK Jr., and the Republican Party, Donald Trump, they literally just handed them a gift and say, look, you guys could just take the Bitcoin voting demographic because you guys are going to see that as an opportunity. And that's exactly what happened. So I'm really excited about this because that's what people have to understand. Bitcoin is inherently apolitical. It doesn't lean left. It doesn't lean right. It's for everybody. It's just the current administration that dropped the ball. But let's see what happens in November. So excited for that. Of course, at 3:30, speaking of one of the three individuals we got to free, we have Edward Snowden. Super excited for that. And of course, 4 p.m., we have RFK Jr., which just said that he has the majority of his wealth in Bitcoin. What an incredible lineup. Rockstar, who are you most excited for?
I mean, I'm at 4 p.m. as well, so sorry, RFK. Sorry, man. Everyone will be at the open source stage because getting in there today,
It's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah, like so. I'm glad I'm I'm on open source stage. I won't need to do the whole taking off like KYC check. But I get Secret Service guys. They love me. They absolutely love me. Like, look, so yeah. But I love actually like the whole program. Honestly, like, and me personally, I'm mostly looking forward to Snowden. But Sailor is always great.
Why are you most looking forward to Snowden? What is it about Edward
Because,
Snowden and what he did
uh,
that inspires you?
Well, with Edward Snowden, like I also help organize Noster World on conference, and Edward Snowden is one of our speakers at Nostrasia in Tokyo. Him and Jack Dorsey had this fireside that's on YouTube. You can look it up, and they had this amazing conversation about all the topics, and I was like so blessed to be like Noster conferences are less than 1,000 people, so I was able to walk up to the first row and sit and have Jack Dorsey and Snowden converse on Bitcoin, on Noster, on freedom. And then you, as someone that's sitting there consuming that, like you're enlightened. So to me, that's like Snowden has a special way of talking about topics and telling the truth. He's so good at it that it got him in this much trouble. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that speech because of that.
Absolutely. What about you, Opti? Who are
I
you most
mean-
excited for? Sailor, Lummis and Gabbard, Snowden, or RFK Jr.?
Well, to Rockstar's point, I think Snowden's probably going to be one of the best speakers that we see today because, again, we've been talking about it today. This is a freedom movement, and he was on the front lines, and he, put it all on the line for freedom, for truth. And I think that's what all of us Bitcoiners try to do in our own way. Obviously, we're not at that level. We're not, ostracized from the U.S., but I am really excited to see RFK, considering the clips that we've heard come out the last couple of days. He's like, I'm a huge supporter of Bitcoin. It's like Rockstar say, until everyone comes out as a politician and is like RFK Jr., we still have a lot of work to do. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he says on stage.
Dude, and what do you think RFK is like the polling numbers? I wonder if he's just testing to see how his polls continue to grow from this. Like, there's a world where we see RFK and Trump debating on who is the biggest Bitcoiner, which is like crazy to me, considering 2 years ago, or is it 3 years ago, Trump was like, yeah, Bitcoin's for criminals, is no bueno. And now we've got him saying, I'm a Bitcoiner, RFK, I'm a Bitcoiner. They're going to be competing to see who's the biggest and the best Bitcoiner.
Who's the most maxi?
Dude, who's the biggest maxi? Like,
you
crazy.
bring up a great point because you do remember with RFK doing the whole Ethereum thing.
That's right.
And they're like, oh, go back. Because I've been hearing from other people that are more into this that Bitcoiners is a group, and then they lump us up with crypto people. We're like, no, but we're like crypto. That whole segment is getting to be as powerful as evangelical Christians.
Yes.
Like imagine that in such a short period of time.
15 years,
so
man.
what you're saying, like if we get politicians to do that, like, oh, I have this.
No, I
this,
have
and-
more Bitcoin. No, I
Yeah,
have more of my wealth in Bitcoin. No,
man,
mine's in cold storage.
hilarious,
Like,
hilarious.
amazing.
Yeah, and this is like the beauty. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
You're a
but
broken record.
I'm going to, so it gets into people's minds. The beauty of Bitcoin is that it's an aligned incentive structure model. What does that mean? You think miners are mining Bitcoin out of the goodness of their heart? No, they want profit. Do you think node runners are running nodes out of the goodness of their heart? No, they just don't trust other people's nodes, right? Do you think Bitcoin evangelists are just evangelizing Bitcoin out of the goodness of their heart? They might like talking about Bitcoin.
Come
on.
There are
that.
some altruistic idiots. Like, look, let's go. So node runners, I know there are a lot of altruistic idiot node runners. So, but I get it.
It's
And
incentives.
It is incentives. It's that, and sure, like I say, hey, we have work to do. But politicians, you're the ones having work to do. We did our proof of work.
Yeah.
Catch up. And, you don't want to catch up? Like, fine. like,
Have
have
fun
Jeff
staying
SB,
poor.
Look. In regards to politicians, because I know it's very unpopular with the Bitcoin community, right? RFK, he just announced that he's holding the majority of his wealth in Bitcoin. you might not necessarily like trust what he's saying, but I could trust his incentives.
Yes. Yeah.
Like I
Yes.
know for a fact, like he's not gonna want to hurt his bags, right? And you know, I don't know if Donald Trump has Bitcoin. I'm assuming, you know, he must have some type of exposure to it. He's already accepted donations from the Bitcoin community. I've heard he's raised $4 million so far in
That just
Bitcoin
came out this morning.
donations, right?
And
So-
still doing those like terrible NFTs. Like, come on, Donald. Come on, man. Stop with that. But no, it is what you say. It's a better system. And we should migrate towards better system. And that's all there is. As you say, like altruistic idiots, there will always be some. But it will be less dependent on that because incentive structure is so much better compared to the current system where we have this unlimited money printing. They give money between special interests and themselves, like politicians. And by the time it gets to the average person, what is left?
Yeah.
Peanuts, man.
Peanuts.
Crumbs.
Exactly.
Yeah, you should follow Nancy Pelosi's stock tips.
Best
So, yeah.
trader of our generation.
I wonder why. Okay, so speaking of very influential people, we've been talking about, you know, people that are supportive of Bitcoin. Of course, we got Michael Knowles here from the Daily Wire. We have Russell Brand. You know, we have RFK Jr. We have Donald Trump. But ladies and gentlemen, I do not think that this is a coincidence. On X, formerly known as Twitter, it seems like Elon took away the Bitcoin hashtag logo. And I do not think it's a coincidence that that was taken away during the largest Bitcoin conference on planet Earth. Opti, what's your take?
Tinfoil hat.
How is that? No.
No, he's right.
I know,
Come
100%,
on
100%.
Come on now.
I mean, it's very interesting, especially the big elephant in the room that Elon Musk is a huge Doge advocate as well. I mean, it's like, oh man, as much as I really love Elon as an entrepreneur, all his Bitcoin takes have really, in my opinion, have just been a bunch of bad takes, a bad response to a lot of things. But you're right. It is no coincidence it's happening as we're having the biggest Bitcoin conference in the world. I mean, it is just a hashtag. It's just an emoji. But hey,
No, it's a symbol, man. It's a symbol.
It's
I
a
think
symbol.
It's what Nico's talking about. The incentives are not there. Elon is incentivized with government subsidy and government money and government printing. He knows. He's a smart guy. He understands what Bitcoin is, but he's afraid and he's frustrated that he's not at these big events. He likes to be the man in charge. And frankly, Bitcoin doesn't need Elon. And I think that kind of hurts his ego a little bit.
100%.
And he's moving away from, pandering maybe or enabling the Bitcoin crowd on his platform.
100%. And I want to, that's a really good point that you made, right? Because
Very
fundamentally,
good point. Two today.
Bitcoin, it's a terrible point. Bitcoin fundamentally is a humility test, right?
Stay humble, stack sats, baby.
In the fiat system, you can get special privileges, right? Which is why, you know, the proof of stake altcoins are, you know, interesting because you get special privileges the more of that altcoin or that more of that currency that you hold. With Bitcoin, that's not the case. Everyone's equal. It doesn't matter whether you're Michael Saylor or a pleb that has 0.01 Bitcoin. You do not have more influence over the Bitcoin network, right? And for someone like Elon, right, that is used to having the power of that proof of stake, it seems like he can't get over that humility test, man.
I mean, yeah, for me, Elon's superpower is riding the hate. Like he's so great at first generating hate and then surfing on top of that hate towards his own profits. So from conversations I have heard, it had to do with what you're saying. It's like, hey, you know, like let's redirect this Bitcoin people towards something else. And let's show them who is the boss.
The X Payments app coming soon.
Yeah, but this highlights the problems with centralization. I mean, and our money is so centralized, but also, you know, lots of our media is so. That's why the decentralized media, the Simply Bitcoin ethos, is why it's so important. Because when you have one group of individuals in charge of these massive platforms, they can make these little tiny decisions that, on the surface, don't look like a big deal, but over time they compound, and all of a sudden, you know, the Bitcoin logo isn't as recognizable because it's not, you know, one of the #1 most used hashtags on the #1 media platform on earth. And these little tiny compounding effects are what help reduce the Overton window. If we as Bitcoiners want to expand the Overton window, the fiat maxis want to reduce the Overton window and get us back into our bubble. And this is just one step towards that. Thanks again to centralization.
Absolutely. Another good point.
Wow, free today, man. Where's my contract, bro? Where's my
Adam, air horn. Okay. Anyways, guys, you're listening to the Simply Bitcoin News Desk takeover at Bitcoin 2024. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure to smash that like button. Of course, consider subscribing to the Bitcoin Magazine channel. I do want to talk about Elon Musk for a second. Personally, I'm a huge fan of him as an entrepreneur. I use his products. Tesla's amazing. What he's doing with SpaceX is absolutely incredible. And there's been very, very popular figures like Donald Trump, even like Michael Saylor, that Larry Fink is another good example, that weren't exactly fans of Bitcoin a couple years ago. And then, they eventually saw it's inevitable. They saw the incentive. So I'm not writing Elon Musk off at, forever. But that's where we stand today. And he's such an influential figure. He owns the largest media platform in the world.
And space platform and electric car platform and head chip platform. Like, this man is the juggernaut of owning
And they use
civilization.
BTC Pay server to accept Tesla payments.
Yeah.
Wow. You remember that?
Yeah.
Back in the day. Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
but I'm telling you, he is just in negotiation phase.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it's the whole deal of what you're saying, expanding, contracting.
Yeah.
And you can see the impact that X has, that Elon bought the platform and suddenly whole political discourse and wider changed.
Again,
It's
back to
crazy.
centralization.
Yeah,
So this is
absolutely.
why,
Crazy, man.
we just happen to have someone in charge who is, on this side of the pendulum.
Better.
But
no,
it's-
he's better.
He's
Like
much better, of
Those
course.
people at Twitter, they're like terrible, like business people, like
But-
terrible.
But it highlights, though, that it's the man in charge that sets the pace. And this is why you, watching at home, you need to understand that you have to get off of the centralized platforms, move into more of a community, a decentralized.
Of course, and this is why Nostr is so
Absolutely.
so incredibly important. And Rockstar, you're a huge fan of Nostr. You've supported the platform, or the protocol, better said.
I was dragged in by Ben Ark into a Telegram channel where there was like 30 of us, and it was Ben Ark supporting Fiat Jeff, and they dragged me in and was like, "What are you doing, guys?" "Oh, we hate that on Twitter it's so easy to ban people. We're building alternative." I'm like, "Good luck." I think, like, how will this work out? But anyways, Blue Sky was happening, and I read their report, and I was like, "Well, this will not work. It will be another Silicon Valley people come together and they want to fix the world type of disaster." So I DM'd Jack Dorsey and said, "Hey man, you should look into Nostr. If you're interested in funding, look into Nostr." And then this is a hilarious story. I didn't expect you're gonna send it anyone. They have sent, and then Fiat Jeff went to their meeting, came back, and you know what he said? It's a bunch of communists. Like, but anyways, we made it work.
Okay.
We made it work. Check out
Anyways,
Nostr.
check out Nostr. I am bearish on centralized platforms. I'm extremely bullish on decentralized protocols. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the Simply Bitcoin News Desk takeover of day 2. We have so many incredible speakers still left to do their keynotes. And right now we have a very special announcement from the team over at Ledger. Nico.
All right, we are back again. I am honestly really glad that the Bitcoin ETFs exist, because now, finally, people who have no idea how to open a PDF have a way to get exposure to Bitcoin.
Unlike hardcore Bitcoiners who prefer self-custody and cold storage.
Up next, with a special announcement from Ledger, we have Pascal Gauthier and Ian Rogers.
Please give them a warm welcome.
Hey, everybody. It's great to be here. Great to be in Nashville.